Hello, people of the interweb. Sorry, the starting series screen was on for a while. I went upstairs to go to my room for a moment. So, yes. Oh, and I found out that my phone has volume. Oh, nice. Cool. It's a bit of a stream delay, that's not that bad. So, how is the people of the internet? I don't know why I say it like that. But I'm not gonna have any energy after all this. And I love it. I'm already pretty tired as it is, but I've got some stuff to do around 10 in the morning. And then in the afternoon, I have a recording to do for October. Well, my October videos is getting recorded later today, in the afternoon. I might see if I can have a midday nap. My dad can wake me up before he leaves. So, we'll see what happens. I was originally going to stream this instead of Stardew Valley, but then it occurred to me that, hey, wait. If I have to be awake early on the Saturday, why don't I just pull an all-nighter and stream the rest of the demo? Makes I'm trying to say perfect, and I almost said purple twice. Yeah, English is not my strong suit either. But people who know me should already know that. Sorry. They're in a shock there. I'm dying inside. Also, some of my videos that I record on my computer will have my VTuber model instead of a PNG. I'm mostly gonna stay as a PNG tuber, but like for my games anyway. But I'm planning on branching out of playing video games and my dad's deleted cut series that is going on. We'll throw another one in the mix when it gets cold enough for him to start playing Little Nightmares 2. So that's probably something that's either happening for October instead of Phasmophobia, or that's going to end up happening in November to December. Oh, speaking of Little Nightmares, Little Nightmares 3 release date. Is that out yet? No, just 2025. Oh, it got delayed to 2025. Wait, why was it delayed? There won't be couch co-op. It literally doesn't say why. Oh wait, no, I'm all the way down. Why did it throw me at the bottom of the article? What the hell? So it was supposed to be co-op? What? Hang on a sec, I'm gonna just mute my desktop audio. Okay, there we go. Do you share anything? No. noticed, or at least we moved moving people. Okay. Let's go. But it doesn't say why unless I look at Twitter. Okay, let's go to Twitter. Refuse. Hello little ones, ever since the announcement of Fall Night Must 3 at Gamescom last year, we've been so lucky to see our community buzzing with excitement and anticipation. Okay. I'm not going to see much, because why? Because I'm not logged in my account. Oh well. Well, we'll find out what happens with that. What that confused me earlier. See, he was just saying a bunch of words that made no sense to me. Oh, he hasn't described that one. Mood. That one comes out sometime soon as well. That needs descripting. He'll do it at some point, I'm sure. Don't know how sure, but I'll be sure for now. Okay, like, I know what everyone's here for. It's the game. Been holding out on it. So, this is roughly where we picked up last time. Holy shit, I am tired. But like, I usually just go to sleep at the morning. Gonna fix my description. Okay. Yes. Golden and red leaves gently rustled against each other in thick clumps with each tree's branches blowing into the others nearby. It was enough to keep the sky and sun out almost completely, but the leaves burned bright with the light basking over them from above. The footpath passage continued to twist around, higher into the mountainside, farther along than you could see. You felt uneasy. With attentive progress, you tiptoed deeper into the thicket. Autumn. This is autumn. I remember that, because their name means autumn. Oh, don't be scared, Callie. I can show you wherever you want to go. I've lived here forever. Every day of my whole life. We aren't gonna get lost. Really? Yeah. I could find my way out in my sleep, and I'm not gonna leave you behind. The forest is the same whenever you come back. Trees, bushes, and birds. It's kind of weird when you think about it. Besides, the plants looking different when the seasons change. It's like time doesn't exist here. Casually, Autumn lifted his hands from his sides, only to gesture them downwards towards the forest floor. And hey, you know, this path we're walking on has always been here, even before I was born. He strolled along, picking at a little piece of rock on the road and looking straight ahead. It's probably been around for as long as this place has been Golden Grove, or longer. For a second he was thinking so hard, the smile he almost was The smile he almost always had went away. There we go, I can English. Then something made him chuckle, and he pointed over to the side. But that fence is kinda new. I remember there just being dirt when I was little. That's the only thing that's ever gone different out here. Oh. The quiet bubble that existed here in the forest, away from the town, popped from the sudden unnatural clatter. He froze. It was a whooshing, thumping, and stirring up of the leaves, like something had crashed into them. You and Autumn shared a look, both checking that the other heard it too. That wasn't me, and that wasn't you either. Yeah. You knew for sure it wasn't the wind. It had to have been an animal or a person. And it came from right over there. That thrilled Autumn. His voice shrunk into an eager whisper. It could be them. The mystery paper airplane sender. Let's go before they get away. You decide to just take a peek. You crouched lower and snuck off the path. It was harder to keep your footing on the slanted, untrimmed ground. When you reached a really tree-cluttered spot, you grasped at the branches and pushed them aside in order to poke your head through. You moved them the same way you'd open a set of curtains, but it was a lot harder to do. The tiniest branches couldn't take the bend and snapped from the pressure. You could feel the splintery ends of the plants scratch a little at your face and clothes. It wasn't as secretive of a check as you had hoped it'd be. On the other side of the tree line was still woods, but kind of an empty path. There was a lot of open ground with no trees or bushes growing, and a ton of leaves that were gathered into piles. Past that clearing, the trees were back, and even more closely pressed together than they were by the path. It was mysterious. There was nowhere easy to go, and nothing seemed out of place to you until... a child! Hello! There was a shout, and a new whirlwind of leaves rushing through the air. From underneath one of the piles was... another kid. Who was this person? That's all you thought. You couldn't hold the leaning forward position any longer, and tumbled forwards completely into the open area. You stared at them, and they looked right back at you. Everything they'd thrown in the air gently drifted back down. You had no idea what to do. That got the stranger giggling. Auden folded his arms across his chest. He blinked slowly and thoughtfully. He usually had plenty to say, but in that moment he was left as stumped as one of the actual stumps in this forest. Wait here! The jumping jack kid hopped again, but this time it was to get up off the ground. They dashed to the opposite edge of the open space, scattering behind them, dropping out of their clothes and being kicked up by their steps. You were already wondering what was going to happen next. Watching them go, Autumn finally found some words. That's another person I've never seen before today. He twisted around so the top of him was angled more towards you. He brought one of his hands to the side of his mouth and held the other close to his chest, pointing subtly at the direction the stranger went. Callie, do you know this sleeve kid? Autumn, you're the only person I've met here. Yeah, true. Autumn's arms fell back down like limp noodles, but he never took his eyes off the other person. He was definitely curious. From behind one of the tall, crooked trees, the kid began throwing sticks and other plant pieces around. They were uncovering a hidden treasure, a big brown bag. They had to use both hands to lift the pouch and get over their head. The thick strap pulled tight under the strand the weight attached to it. The line of their mouth looked just as strained. The stranger huffed when they released the bag from their fingers, letting it rest completely across their shoulder. You heard stuff bumping around inside from your position, way over here. It was really packed. But it didn't slow the kid down. They ran back at full speed to meet you where you were. When they were in front of your face, they gave a wave and asked a question. Oh, whoa! How many colors do you have on your head, with your hair and your eyes? That's a lot. Sorry, I had a cough about your son. You suddenly had a stranger leaning their face closer to yours, while tilting their head all the way to the side to try and get a better look at you. It's nothing special or anything. Whoever they were, they hadn't a really happy reply. No, it's fancy. The kids then kept talking like that whole thing didn't even happen. Hi, are you girls too? Autumn gestured to the front of himself casually. I'm a boy. Mr. Mr. Autumn Lynn. QIU and LIM. Oh, wow, okay. Hi, Autumn. I'm gonna learn to pronounce that word. Which is probably something I should learn to do at some point. The kid turned their attention to you. Are you a girl? Sometimes. Sometimes? She froze for a second, but that was all she needed. Okay, what's the other times? I'm just a kid. People talk about me with a they or she. Both girls. Sometimes both girls, sometimes. And all of a sudden, the leafy girl seemed to remember to introduce herself, the way most people do. I'm Tamarack. Tamarack? What does that mean? A tamarack is a kind of tree. I like it a lot. Autumn grinned widely at her enthusiastic introduction. It fits you. What's your last name? This game really likes throwing words that I've never heard of before. Atma. Cool, Miss Tamarack. You know my name means autumn. That's amazing. It's a match too. How do people know how to do that? I think we're just lucky. A lot of kids don't have the right ones. Yeah. So, what's your name? The girl you knew as Tamarack sent the question your way, since Autumn already gave his out. But we're just gonna let Autumn speak for me. He naturally stepped in to handle the question for you. It was nice. The name is Callie Wolf. Wow. Hi, Callie. She greeted you with a finger-spread wave of her hand, as if to sweetly as if you'd always known each other, and she'd done it 100 times. You think yours fits too, your name? like my nickname more. My friends sometimes call me Cal instead. Oh, alright. Your headband is nice. Yeah, it is nice. Yep. It's cool to meet you, Tamara. Maybe. He pointed a very suspicious finger her way as he made another point with words. There was one house for sale anywhere near this neighborhood. Callie lives there now. Where did you come from? Unless you're Callie's mom. Tamarack was completely tickled by the idea, giggling and covering her mouth with her hands. She didn't do a good job at stopping any of the laughter getting out. No, I'm not a mom. I moved in with my Omi and Opa. You're living with your grandparents? Yep. I've never heard that. Is it another language? Uh-huh. It's German. And they're German. Cool, you two know a lot. There's a granny who lives there, and a guy that's her husband. Is that your Omi and Opa? I think so, probably. Omi has really long hair. Opa has short hair. And some of it's on his face. Yeah. Autumn bobbed his head up and down with a great understanding. Granny and him have a kid now. Huh, wow. Nifty. Yeah. I've been in here 5 days, and it's really good. There's so much out here. I probably won't be finished for a long, long time. Months, maybe. Oh. Oopsies. The loudness of Autumn's voice shot up. He was confused, shocked and confused. 5 days? That's almost a week and I've never seen you. Where have you been this whole time? I've said so before, I've been here. Tamarack used one foot to push against the ground and the other to stay straight and spun around in place once. I play in the forest every day. After again the answer, he went to normal volume again, but kept frowning. Oh, well, you can come with me and my friends if you wanted to. We hang out in the neighborhood and in town and my backyard and stuff. If you see us, just walk over and join. You don't have to worry. I don't like you, and you can talk to me if you don't know what to do. He shrugged, and the shoulder without the bag strap went up higher. Maybe. There wasn't a lot of interest for Autumn's offer. He finally grinned again. He watched Tamarack with a tilted head. You like your offer, huh? No one ever really sees him around either, even though he's lived here for a million years. Tamarack squished her cheek between her fingers, delighted. He likes his office a whole lot. This is my very first day in Golden Grove. Wow, that's barely different at all. We're a match. She furrowed her extra short eyebrows as much as she could as a new idea came to her. Hey, we're both girls and he's not. But are any of us the same age? I'm 10. We're 10 too! Hooray! Same age forever! Happily, Tamara held on to the woolen strap of her big bag, bounced up and down in place. You decided that this was the perfect time to talk about her. Talk to her about everything that happened. Maybe it might have been Autumn's, but it was possible she was the one who sent it to you. Do you maybe know anything about a paper airplane? Ah, Yeah, you got it? I did. Woohoo! She flung her arms up over her head in celebration, knocking her bag to the side. It made a thump when it swung back at her. My aim is good. He blinked at her in disbelief. You truly done it. You found the mystery person who owned the paper in the first place, and the person who actually sent it to you as a paper airplane. You rubbed your eyes exhaustedly. But you weren't the only one who had a reaction to the results. Alright, nice galley. Your wide eyes and Autumn's cheers had Tamarack excitedly looking between you and him, not knowing what the celebration was about, but wanting to join. You smiled quietly but with satisfaction. Yay, for the trash doing something nice. Trash? He brought both of his hands up to his face and pressed his fingertips into his cheeks with great drama. Even if it was trash to you, it's still important to him. Yeah. If it was important, how did it get on the ground in the forest? It's where I found it. With wrinkled brows, Autumn shifted his hands more to the side so he could instead tug at the front strands of his hair, pulling them out fully straight. I don't know how it's possible. You wouldn't maybe be a sorcerer or a thief, would you, Tamarack? No? Too bad. You thought about how he was so funny. Tamarack and you laughed, the sound harmonizing. Autumn finished his pout, straightening up and putting his hands solidly on his hips. He was back to being in control. You know, there's nobody out there who's perfect. I accept my mistake and I'm sorry to you, Forrest, for messing the place up. That's really nice of you to say, Autumn. Thanks. I think it forgives you. Cool. Watching the two kids interacting, you started thinking about this more and more, going over the whole experience you had in your head. Your turning thoughts were put on pause when Tamarack suddenly changed the subject. What are you two gonna do now? I've gotta go back. My mother is waiting for me. And I'll walk Kelly there. I gotta make sure they don't get lost out here. I should probably see how my Omni and Opa are too. They're pretty old and need help sometimes. She took a big hop closer to you and Autumn, a smile growing across her face as she landed. We can go back together. You're not in agreement. You relaxed your stance, accepting that this was really over now. Woohoo! Tamarack snatched up a nearby stick off the ground and directed the pointy end forward, the way you'd come from. To our houses! While chuckling, Autumn used his fist to enthusiastically punch the air. Homeward bound! You covered yours. Sorry, she's loud. I like being loud, and you were too. They both were. You didn't move your hands. And so, you started walking through the brownful bush to get to the neighborhood again. But you weren't going to be alone there. Tamarack bounded ahead, bouncing her arm up and down with the stick like she was the conductor of a marching band, while Autumn came alongside you with even casual steps. You were returning to that house. Your new neighborhood had become even more orange toned by the time you finally returned to it. The far-off sun slowly sank behind the tallest mountains and forests to sleep for the night. The shadows grew larger, pulling away from your bodies to reach out into the street ahead. The dark shapes morphed and combined with one another as you walked in your own mismatched rhythm. All while the eyeball chillingness of the outside world got more powerful bit by bit. Tamarack still stayed about 2 steps ahead. Sometimes she was closer, and sometimes she got away from you again. She used her stick to knock at the bushes and lamps along the sidewalk. Autumn was next to you, but switched things up, so he was taking large skips backwards. You guessed it was to look at you in the face better, or he just thought it was fun. You pointed out the sharpest building on the street as you went. Part of it looked almost like a tower, a different kind than one in the backyard. See? That's the front of the house from the front. It's great. And your house is the one in the middle, and Granny owns the one even further away. Cool. The sounds of your steps continued to echo through the cul-de-sac until you came to stop in front of the center of the path. You'd arrived. Okay, this is it. Autumn pulled out an eager grin. We've got to meet up again later. See you, Callie and Tamarack. Autumn flipped around to go back the same way he had come with you. He needed to return to the red pointy house with a huge backyard. He didn't drop any papers this time. Bye! Goodbye! Tamarack put both hands up in front of her chest and waved them out. I'm going home too. Tamarack spun in place before dashing further along the sidewalk to the sloped grey house on the other end of the neighborhood. Her bag clunked and jingled at her side the whole way there. You waited there in front of the house in the dimming evening light, watching the 2 other kids go to their homes right on the same street. You gave a wave goodbye. That was everything. The whole outing was done. The quiet resolution of your first day in this place. The 2 encounters you had earlier that afternoon drifted through your head. Autumn and Tamarack. Nice. Now you're at the stage where you'll get to set your dynamic with Tamarack and Autumn. Our life now and forever has a specific way of constructing the personalized relationship you have with the 2 babies that you grow up. It's called dynamics. This encompasses how your character and that character feel about one another, and how they generally interact with each other. It doesn't determine if your character is shy or confident or sociable or unsociable. That's done through the phrasing and actions you take in normal choices. This is only setting how you and the 2 leads tend to think/approach things on a top-line level. These settings can be the same for both Tamarack and Autumn, or be entirely different for one over the other. The first part of the dynamic system is where you set your relationship standing. Your chosen relationship standing is always mutual with the other character. It's possible to change your standing at the start of each step, and even at certain points within a step, at least normally. There are some settings that can't be changed once you pick them. Sorry. The 5 main options of your relationship standing are neighbors, friends, family, crushes, and beloveds. Neighbors mean that someone you know, and it's nothing more meaningful than that. Whether it's still amicable or completely cold or even hostile is up to you. Friends mean that you're friends. While on this standing it's possible to go even deeper and have them be your best friend. But that's not on the dynamics screen. It's a normal choice. Family means you truly love them, and will always keep them in your life, as a fully platonic way. You can't choose to love someone this deeply until later steps, once you've known them longer. You also won't be able to change this setting to anything else once you've picked it. It's completely certain and unwavering. You can bring both Tamarack and Autumn into your proverbial family. Crushes mean that you and them have crushes on each other. Well, on this standing you can keep your feelings a secret and act as though you're only friends, / best friends, or it can be known that you're romantically interested. Later in the game you can also officially go steady with Tamarack or Autumn if you begin dating one of them. Your standing on the dynamic screen will change to partners instead of crushes. It's possible to be crushing on Tamarack and Autumn at the same time, and for most of the game, you can only get into an actual romantic relationship with one. In Step 4, a polyamorous relationship can be pursued if you want. That way, the way that will work is that Autumn and Tamarack would be in a committed platonic relationship with each other, and can be in a committed platonic or romantic relationship with the MC. Autumn and Tamarack won't be romantically involved with each other, regardless of the choices the MC makes. If you do decide to date one or both, you can't break up with them. The partner status can't go away once you get it. It's possible to simply change crushes to one of the other options if you want to. Beloved means that you truly love them and will always love them in your life in a clearly romantic way. You can't choose to love someone this deeply until later steps once you've known them longer. You also won't be able to change this setting to anything else once you've picked it. It's completely certain and unwavering. Like crushes, the romantic feelings can be known, a secret, or you can be official partners. If you're at this setting, you also unlock the possibility of getting engaged and changing your relationship standing to fiancés. There's no requirement to get married or even date. What you do or don't do with your feelings of love is up to you. The leads will respect your set boundaries. If you're beloved and make choices where you're hoping to get married, but haven't asked yourself, your partner can be the one to propose instead. The MC will accept the proposal by default because the game believes they want that. You can't convince your partner to think marriage is a good idea and then reject them when they pursue it. That's one part of the dynamics. The second part is expression elements. This is how you and the other character genuinely interact with the other. Oh my god, I need to drink. Like relationship standing, expression elements are determined separately for Tamarack and for Autumn. It doesn't have to be the same for both. But the expression elements don't have to be mutual between your character and Tamarack / Autumn. They have their own ways of conveying themselves. Your character gets to have theirs. Expression elements are broken down into 3 meters, with 3 choices per meter. Meter 1, devouring, teamworking, contesting. Meter 2, praising, unassuming, teasing. Meter 3, dotting, accepting, admiring. Meter 1, you can use it to determine if your character is a follower or goes with the flow, using devouring, as a collaborator or compromiser, using teamwork, or tries to be the leader or decision maker, whether the other person actually wants to follow them or not, using contesting. Meter 2, it determines if your character is the type of person to go out of their way to make comments on the other person and what they do. If they're not unassuming. If not, they're unassuming. The comments can be complimentary or even flirty, praising. Or they can be joking or give the other person a hard time of teasing. You get to control the phrasing / intentions through choices. Meter 3 can be set to determine how your character views Tamarack and Autumn. Do they feel like they need to look out for them, or that they're on the same level as each other? Or do the other person feel more incredible than most? When you first meet Autumn and Tamarack in the story, they go with their normal kind of behavior for their interactions with your character. Because of that, their expression elements will always be the same. Step 1. Step 1, Autumn, teamwork, teasing, and doting. Tamarack for step 1 is contesting, praising, accepting. As you spend more time with Tamarack and Autumn, they'll get to know your character better, and in the next steps, their expression elements can change to match that. For example, if you're friends with Tamarack and expressed pleasure whenever she insists on getting her way, she'll notice that. In step 2, instead of contesting, she could be teamworking with your character or even deferring, depending on the details. Their connection with your character will develop organically. Though in future steps, you will also have the option of customizing their expression elements if you want to make sure your playthrough has a specific feel. And starting in step 2, and if you're more than just neighbors, and the 4th expression element unlocks. Meter 4. Envious, not jealous, or jealous over. Envious of means that one character is envious of the life, appearance, abilities, relationships, or something else of the other character, depending on specifics involved. Jealous over means they feel discomfort if they think the other person seems to like someone else more, or isn't spending as much time with them as normal and such. Jealous meter does nothing but let you add more negative feelings or relationship competition interactions as an extra element of drama to your life. Oh my god. By default, Autumn, Tamarack, and you will always be not jealous, which skips all of that. You'll have to choose to customize the expression elements and set them to being jealous in one way or the other for that kind of emotion to crop up. With relationships standing in expression elements, you'll be able to have a truly personal dynamic with Tamarack and with Autumn. There are dozens of other combos for the step you're in, and what's going from step to step. Being crushes in step 3 will be different. If you used to be friends, then if you were crushing from the start, so on. You have plenty of options to try out. That ends the dynamic system tutorial. We hope you'll enjoy the connection you create with Tamarack and with Autumn. That was a lot to read. Yeesh. Okay. We as neighbors. I've already forgotten what all this means. Okay. Okay. The best. E. What did accepting mean? There we go. I never thought that this was a headband. The flowers on my head. I always thought that was something else. Like a flower crown or some sorts. But the headband's also cool, I guess. Things are so different for you from just that morning when you left and went on the drive to move. Before then, you'd never been in Golden Grove. You'd only seen it in pictures and hadn't known anyone who was a local there. But here you were, a person who lived in the town and was friends with the neighbors on both sides of your house who also lived there. Were you friends? You thought so. Callie, is that you? Your mother called from over the fence. Coming! You bounded forwards and passed through the gate. Your mother had left the porch and was there to meet you. How are you? Did you find anything exciting out there? You clung to her, relieved to be back and upset you had to go. Oh no, that bad? I'm sorry. At least a low point is going to a high. We got the key to the house. The agent finally arrived about 20 minutes ago. He's gone now, but I haven't peeked inside yet. Both of us should be here for this. It's your house too. This isn't my house. It's yours. You just have to claim it yet. Maybe you'll start to change your mind once you see the inside. Come on. Mother turned to go and slipped the key from Alpha's square pocket. She gestured with the other hand for you to follow. Your mother led the way as you went back up the stairs. The key fit perfectly into the hole in the door, and Mother smiled at the sound of the unlocking click. Carefully, she leaned forward with her shoulder, giving it a nudge, unsure if the best option for the ancient door was extra force or extra restraint. The house opened with a creak. Air came out through the front door like it was exhaling. Mother let out a breath at the same time. Everything's okay there. You can get a little closer. You can see inside her. You scooched towards your mother's side in the doorframe. It was then you noticed there was a man in the front. It had a light texture, and it was kinda hard but fluffy texture. The sort of man that'd get dirty looking right away when used. But it was still clean and nice. It hadn't been worn down like the rest of the building. This part of the house wasn't an old thing left behind by the people who didn't need it or want it anymore. Someone must have put it there for this happening, for your mother and you moving in. Ran across the top it said, "Welcome home." Mother softly tapped the top of your shoulder, bringing you back to the moment. She kept the hand there, leading you ahead with her. You twisted your head to give a glance back towards the neighborhood. It was empty. You couldn't get away from what was happening. The two of you walk through the door. Everything in the air was still. The wind was blocked, but it was practically as cold inside as it was out of the house. Mother shifted forward cautiously, feeling around for a light switch. Got it! A dim light from the ceiling sparked on in an instant, and there in front of you was an old-fashioned living room. The house had furniture that came along with it, but it wasn't a set. The pieces were mismatched, each chair, table, bookshelf in a different color. They were covered with in transparent sheets of plastic and in dust. The room had a real fireplace made out of brick. In the back you could see a staircase going up to another floor. Beautiful. It's even better than the photos. So much potential inside these walls. You thought it was okay. The specialness that your mother saw was lost on you, but it could have been worse. Your mother touched the tips of her fingers to the muted blue paint next to her. We'll have to clean as much as we can to make it livable before bed. But it'll be a long night. We can unpack more of our things tomorrow, though I'll be doing much more of that on my own. You're going to be busy. Mother increased the pitch of her voice, squinting her eyes sweetly. After all, it's the first day of fifth grade. You'd hoped she'd forgotten. She let out a gentle breath whilst watching you. We got here just in time, clearly. Her eyes drifted close, and there was a crease in her brows. She seemed further away without having gone anywhere. Even if I'm here early for the job, I'm not going to make you be a full week late to class. Being in a new town like this is already going to make you a point of attention. You couldn't tell if she thought that was a good thing or a bad thing by her tone. Her mother I did not mean to do that. But Mother didn't say any more about that. She lifted her circle scarf over her head, careful to have it not latch onto her earrings, then left it on top of her suitcase. So, want to see the upstairs? Not really, but I'll go. The second floor was more the same. Lonely, sealed away rooms with furniture nobody had been using for ages, that were covered by plastic sheets and lots of dust. You could see footprints your mother left behind in the ground as she wandered the halls with wide, amazed eyes. After checking the state of the whole house, Mother made the decision to leave the furniture in its protection until after the sweeping was finished. There were too many dust bunnies that might jump over to take the seat on your couches if a spot was available. I hope I can remember where I put that dustpan. The room itself shouldn't be hard to find. You returned to the living room after Mother got her trusty pair of crafting scissors out of her suitcase. She put a scarf inside when taking the scissors out. Mother then went through some of the taped-up boxes like it was her birthday, and each one was a shiny, unopened present with a ribbon on top. But her gift was just stuff she already owned. One by one, she took out the supplies that had been brought for this very moment, setting them around her legs on the floor wherever there was space. Then she divided them out into separate piles. A pair of yellow gloves, a fluffy fresh duster, a bottle of cleaning spray, a full roll of paper towels. Mother had a set of her own. The other was for you. You were going to need them. There was only one broom and dustpan that she did successfully find. you were going to take turns using that. The fast move and make the house a place people can actually live in plan was yanking open the streaky windows to get some air flowing. Though even before that you had to get the locks on the windows themselves to come loose. You dug your fingers in between the base of the window frame and latch pressed against it, forcing it to move against its will. When the logs clicked into place on the opposite side, you shoved the window open. You shoved the window up with both hands. Your gloves were already patchy with filth. The ice-crisp breeze that flowed in from outside was a lot more welcome at this point. You got a good look at the neighborhood whilst catching your breath. The streetlights had come on. But then you left the window, where there was a job. But then you left the window there to do its job and got back to yours. The two of you went back and forth, up and down the house, to open everything that you could. Some windows were jammed in place so tight you had to get your mother to do it. The next point on the list was to somehow scrub down all the floors, walls, counters, and every other inch of space where dust could settle, which was every inch of the entire house. You picked a spot and gave a sweep with the fuzzy head of the duster. A nice, clean line of clear wood followed behind your motion. That patter continued for a while. Wherever the layer of dust was gone from the spot, you go back over it with the cleaning spray to make it really shine. Your mother was able to track down and turn on the heater, not that you could tell the difference with all the windows wide open. Eventually you had a short dinner break with your mother standing around the kitchen together, with the two of you as dusty as the rest of the house. It was packed meals from the car. Simple sandwiches, fruits with thick peels that wouldn't get smashed on the drive, little bags of granola and pretzels, and juice boxes. There were no groceries. The Rickety fridge was off and totally empty when you checked. It was relief that there was nothing gross in that. You prepared for the worst for such an old, practically abandoned house. There wasn't a single bowl of nasty ketchup or a box of unknown leftovers or anything. The trash from your food was dumped in the same giant black bag that you had been throwing piles of grey-stained paper towels and wads of squashed together tape in for the whole night. Somehow the bag was getting full, even though it was big enough to fit your whole body inside. It was a mark of how much work you'd really done. Just looking at the house made you think you hadn't even gotten started. The only way to change that was to keep going, as your mother talked about when encouraging herself to clean after dinner. You and your mother polished up the house the best you could for even more hours. When your usual bedtime arrived, Mother put the duster and scissors down. She wasn't going to have you stay up late, no matter how excited she was to unpack. She guided you to the first floor bathroom. The ones on the second floor were too dirty to use, plugging her night bag off the counter along the way. Your mother explained how she wanted to do a round thorough the whole house, to close the windows, to keep the bathroom, to keep busy until the bathroom was free, and left you to get ready to sleep. Inside the bag was a baby version of normal toothpaste and mouthwash containers and simple toothbrushes. All you had for pajamas that night was a green long-sleeve t-shirt and matching pants. You got as clean as you possibly could with only a sink to use. Trying to get the grimy feeling off your skin wasn't easy and took way longer than usual, but it was crucial. You took your headband off the bed. You took your glasses off the bed. Then you changed into PJs and let your mother have her turn. While she was away... Ooh. Penguin. It wasn't something you could sleep without. The furniture was still plastic wrapped, so you crouched on the down and sat on the rug. I mean, you could sit on the plastic. You might have a butt imprint on there, and a dusty ass, but still. Mother returned only a couple minutes wearing her purple pajamas. She also had sleeping bags tucked under each of her arms. Yeah, why can't I have the purple pajamas and you have the green ones? She shifted one forward to hold against the front of her chest and dropped the other on the floor. It landed with a puff. Miss Baby Purple. Dolly mine. Oh, that is such a cute pajama top. The black flowers. Your mother noted whilst trying to untie the band that kept the sleeping bag together in a roll. She pulled and pinched at the knot. When it didn't budge, she lifted the bundle to her face and used her teeth to pry the threaded bands apart from each other. She got it loose and vigorously flapped the bag all the way open. She laid it down on a clear spot on the wooden floor. There you are, Callie, all ready. Okay. You used your feet and rocked back and forth to gradually... You used your feet and rocked back and forth to move yourself across the antique rug, scooting towards the sleeping bag without getting off the ground. Mother chatted casually while spreading out her own bag nearby. We'll need to get some wood so we can actually use that fireplace on nights like this. Did your mother know how to use a fireplace? You've never seen one in person until now. And so far, you've never seen one that had fire in it. Luckily, the house is warm and cozy without that since the windows stopped letting them chill in. The heater worked. That was sort of a surprise to you. Mother soon settled down on the center of a temporary bed. She sat legs crossed with her back solidly straight, her hands came to rest on top of her knees, and she made direct eye contact with you. Thank you for the help with the house today. It'll be home before we know it at this rate. A house and a home are the same thing. I think you'll find that not to be true. She massaged her shoulders, easing away some of the stiffness. Hey, guess what happened with that paper I showed you? It burst into flames in the palm of your hand. No, Mother. Okay, tell me to. After pausing to give a little suspense, you began to narrate the entire story of the paper airplane adventure. From the moment it hit, to the way it led you down the forest, meeting Autumn in his tower with his notebook full of loose pages, then finding Tamarack in her leaf pile in all her surprises. Mother listened with her whole self, leaning forward and grinning wider with each new turn you revealed. You wrapped it up by explaining how you returned to the neighborhood with Autumn and Tamarack after everything you discovered. What a way to spend the afternoon! I'm proud of you, Callie. I had a feeling that note would lead to something interesting. Her words made your face get hot. You plucked the tiny strands of the rug to distract yourself. It was a fun story to tell. Somehow, the events of the day felt like they were a long time ago, or that they happened to someone else and you just heard about it. But it had been real. The paper airplane hit your shoulder, held the note in your hands. and you were saving that paper to give back to Autumn. It was his note. You wanted to return it to him. With your topic all done, Mother softly spoke to share her own thoughts with you. It's odd imagining this entire building collecting dust all this time, isn't it? No one wanted to live here, not renters, not the man who owned it. But it's a charming house. Doesn't seem that hard to believe to me. You mumbled the words under your breath, and Mother didn't notice. She kept talking pretty much to herself. There aren't a lot of opportunities out in this woods, I suppose. In my company, the retiring of the former HR manager was the first big position I've heard of in this area. And even that didn't open up for people already living in this town. I was asked to relocate to take the position. Creases grew around her eyes the more she thought about it. She got herself in a frown that could follow. Ella, but it's a non-issue. I'm grateful we'll find our own place in the slow pace of Golden Grove. And at least we'll have each other. Regardless. We'll always be together. If that's as long as you need me, we will. Then your mother stretched her arms out fully across her sleeping bag, wriggling her toes inside the black socks she had on. It's like me, purple and black. Coached her. Seeing Mother right there on the floor with you was cool. You didn't hang out together during bedtime like this most nights. It was special. As you thought about that, your eyelids were trying to take themselves out of sticky, gritty stuff your eyes made when it was extra late. Alright, dear. You should get inside the sleeping bag now, before you blink out on top of it. That sounded like a pretty good idea. Giving out your stuffed animal in both your arms, you shimmied into the open end of the bag. It was made out of fabric that was so smooth it wasn't difficult to do. You moved farther down until the edge was to your chin. You were wrapped up like a loaf of bread in the grocery bag. Mother got to her feet, taking a short jog over to the far wall of the room. She lifted a finger to the light switch, but kept her gaze down on you. The expression on her face was gentle. Good night, Callie. Good night, Mother. The room went pitch black with a click. While your eyes were trying to adjust, you heard shuffling sounds of Mother. She joined you on the floor again. Those noises soon stopped. Mother didn't talk anymore. There weren't sounds of cars passing outside. There was a thumping in your ears, and you thought you might have heard a creak somewhere. The nighttime noises were a lot different than what you had experienced with. They were so quiet and distant. It made you notice them more than if they were clearer. You'd have to get to know the sounds better. It was another part of the house's personality. Maybe one day you and the house would be friends. Once you were familiar with each other. You pressed your eyes shut. In your head was thoughts of Autumn. You fell into a comfy dream in what felt like an instant. Was the best kind of sleep. The type that was well earned after a good day. Then your second day in Golden Grove arrived. And right here we're gonna just take a quick pause because I need to go to the bathroom. I know, crazy. This is actually so far really fun to play though. And it's just the demo. And we'll see how long it takes for us to complete this demo. But if you guys haven't already, I do recommend checking the game out yourselves. There's plenty of options and routes you can take yourselves that I haven't and probably will never. until the actual game comes out. But once I get back, we shall continue this. I'm gonna mute this mic. I'm back. Well, kinda. I'm making myself some coffee. Even though coffee usually makes me tired of coffee, in this case you'll do an Uno reverse on itself and just help me stay awake a little longer. I'm only making myself coffee because I haven't had it in a while. It's caramel, and I'm getting kind of sick of freaking juice. Tea tastes really fruity. I think that might be because I've been drinking a bit too much squash. I need to cleanse my palate out with the squash. And my tea doesn't taste super fruity. It's black tea. I don't know what's going on anymore. But I know I'm having some coffee in my R2D2 mug. Now I'm going to do the washing up again. So I'm making a mess. Fortunately, I didn't have to scourge into my coffee. I don't know where I put them. I had some in my knitting bag from when I was at my neighborhood at Christmas. They brought me coffee. Because I drink coffee sometimes. Not always. Certainly not during the summer. Too hot, man. Nice coffee, I guess. That makes sense. My dad drinks coffee all the time. Black coffee with some milk. Eh. It's not really my thing. But if you guys ever wanted to know what time of day my dad's videos are recorded on F Millet and plays, mine is when he goes for live football or cycling or whatever. That's usually at night or in the afternoon. But with Football Manager or just games in general, if he's got a coffee mug, like a black coffee mug, he's recording it in the morning, so it'd be like a weekend morning. If it's a pint of cola, it's during the afternoon. And if it's a white mug, it's being recorded either in the evening or at night. Because that's chamomile tea. Or is that the blue box tea? Because I could never pronounce chamomile for a long time. I didn't realize I pronounced it right just now. Let's focus on the game, shall we? Tutorial! Hello again! We mentioned it earlier, but occasionally you will get the opportunity to change what you're wearing during the game. Yes. If you don't want to bother changing your outfit, you can toggle these sections off from the your details screen. Click info on the right to find it. Turning off all the dress-up sections will mean that the layers you choose to take off and keep wearing when you get to school will be your preference for what you wear indoors. The rest is step 1, or until you turn on the dress-up sections again. Would you like to see the dress-up sections in the future? I want to pick my outfit. Have fun! But we're always gonna wear head accessories. I thought... Oh yeah, we do have bandage. That's cool. And then we have 2 different earrings. I think. Yeah. It's a tiny one. I might just get rid of that one. And obviously, glasses. As is. They're kind of the same color as my IRL ones. Accessories. That looks lost in my hair. Then that's hijabs. That's kind of cool. But that also shows you my earring properly. Well, that's also cool. Oh, right, yeah, that's a ponytail, I think. I think I put it in a ponytail. It seems that way. We're gonna keep that though. Then we have a flannel. And our under ones are overalls. Oh, that matches our flower crown. Okay. But your second day had only just arrived. Only one corner of the world outside the window had any sunlight. The rest was all shadows. The lights in the house had to be turned on for you to see your own hands. You loved it when it was early. I don't. I think that's a hiccup. fun. Everything felt different when the morning was beginning, and you got to relax in the quiet space for a little while. The unpacking won't be started again until a lot later. That's what your mother said when you were brushing your teeth. For now, you both only had what was already out. The food around to eat was the same stuff from yesterday. It was what you had for breakfast already. And you could see your mother was packing it into a brown paper bag for lunch too. That was the last of the preparation she had to do for your school. You were pretty sure. Your mother really wanted to be the one to get your supplies for the day together. She put stapled papers, a notebook, your pencil case, a ruler, and more into your backpack. Your mother had to keep the pack on the middle seat of the car to make sure it would be right there when it was time to use it for class. If it had gone missing, maybe you'd have to carry your school stuff in a cardboard box, the same way you had to bring everything else you owned into this place in big boxes. You watched it from your comfy spot on your sleeping bag, reading on dressed for the day, but that didn't mean you couldn't sit in bed again. There wasn't anywhere else to. Soon you'd be leaving your new old house in the neighborhood, and all the parts of Golden Grove you'd not seen so far. The next stop was into the unknown, was North Acres Elementary School. You wondered why your mother was bothering to make you bring so many things. None of the stuff in your backpack would make you prepared for that. But school thoughts were shaken out of your head when a muffled thumping sound filled up the air. Mother slowly lowered her hands down to the counter, and at the same time her head and eyebrows went up. Guests already at this hour? Your mother left your lunch bag incomplete on the tabletop and went to investigate the knocking. Oh, so we couldn't go do that so she could finish packing for us. Such considerate 10-year-olds we are. You got to feed while calling to your mother. Mother, can I answer it? You pressed your hands into the shiny, stuffed bedding underneath you as you leaned forward to get off the floor. You got a reply before you finished standing. Yes, you may. You went over and joined Mother at the start of the entryway where she waited for you. You reached up to get both your hands around the long handle of the front door, pressed it down, and giving the stiff board a firm tug, it squeaked open. You glanced ahead, squinting your eyes to adjust from the complete brightness inside to the pale dawn outside. Standing tall on the welcome mat, currently seeming at your home was your new friend you'd met the day before, Mr. Autumn Lynn. Though he said his name was Autumn. Yeah, I'm not calling him by QIU, because I can't properly pronounce it yet. I haven't learned to yet. You're going to try using the nickname sometimes. Autumn's fluffy hood was tucked snugly around his head. He didn't usually do that. At least based on how much you knew was usual for him. Maybe it was due to the air somehow even more skin-prickling cold in the morning than it was during the day or evening. You shuddered from the wind coming in from through the opening. When he caught sight of you there, a plucky grin took over his face. He popped onto the balls of his feet, getting even taller. A cheering greeting. Good morning! Seeing who it was, you. enthusiastically shoved past your mother to stand by Autumn on the porch. Autumn laughed openly, completely pleased that you'd come over to him. He mirrored your move, so he was facing you instead of Mother. Good morning to you. Thanks. Autumn stayed put in the new place he took, but angled his head up and over to give his focus to your mother. I'm Mr. Autumn Len, your neighbor, and the same age as Nick's Callie Holt. Two of us met yesterday. Ah, yes, I have heard. I've been anticipating getting to meet you, and those feelings there were well placed. You're so polite. Damn it! You're hitting a mouse wheel. Autumn straightened out the line of his bandana with both hands, giggling cheekily as he made direct eye contact with you. Wow, if somebody has been talking about me, I hope it was the good stuff. Now I should introduce myself as well. I'm Miss Holt, Callie's mother. It's nice to meet you. May I speak with Callie, Miss Holt? There's something I want to talk to them about. Thoughtfully, your mother's glance drifted down to you. Without looking back at him, your mother replied, That'll be fine. I'll finish getting your bag ready, Callie. You two can chat. Autumn clasped his hands together primly. Thank you very much. Mother held a reassuring smile on her face as she walked back inside, leaving you with Autumn. You looked back at him eagerly. It was only the morning, and something good was already happening. What did you want to say? Autumn didn't beat around the bush with you. Probably didn't with anyone. He came right out with what he had in mind. Actually, I'm gonna save real quick, just in case I accidentally steal a close. Because I wouldn't beat that past me. And yes, that is the time. For you non-UK people. Wanna walk to school today? It's the first day. He squared his shoulders and held out a hand, counting off the points of his fingers. We're going to the same place, in the same grade. There's a good chance we'll even be in the same class. Going together would make everything so easy. Yeah! Alright! You popped an enthusiastic double thumbs up. And guess what else is the reason for why we should walk together? What? His gaze got sharper, but it didn't feel scary at all. The glance was like a fancy cut from jewel rather than a pointy weapon. It's because I want you to be there. He wanted you to hang out with him? So, yep, I think it makes lots of sense that we'd go together. With his hands in his pockets, Autumn shifted the top of half of his body diagonally over to one side. The tilt of his head really showed off the bend in his self-pleased smile. Oh! He flung an arm back out and arched the fingers across the air in front of both your faces. It might have been to stop you before you could say anything, or to keep himself from forgetting whatever else he wanted to talk about. And it wouldn't be just us. And it won't just be us. I'm gonna keep going down the cul-de-sac to Granny's house so I can ask Tamara next. So that's it. What do you think about the three of us walking together? It's a good plan, right? It's a great idea. I want to go. You swung your hands behind you and spoke again. I'll get my backpack and tell Mother we're going. Cool. I'll wait here for you. You parted with Autumn for a second, but didn't bother closing the door. The sound of your feet against the floor was the only noise in the huge house. You couldn't have snuck up on Mother if you tried. Each step you took brought you closer, and it made the smile on her face grow large. She didn't get distracted from her job. Her gaze stayed stuck to the counter. Mother placed one more paper in your backpack and snapped the plastic clasp on the top flap closed. With that secured, she promptly picked up the bag by the loop handle. She lowered herself to your height by bending her knees low. Then she offered the backpack to you. Exceptional timing, dear. Here, you're set to go. It was nice and light when you took the pack from her. That won't last soon. Soon you'd have actual school books to bring around with you. What happened with our guest? Did he leave? You answered the question while looping one arm after the other into the wide openings of your backpack straps. He's still out there. Autumn wants me to walk to school with him. Can I go? You shifted your grip to the dangly ends of the armbands, then gave them a swift tug to tighten the straps, fully securing the bag against you. He came over to ask you that, to talk about convenient. Young Mr. Lin must know the way far better than I do. You certainly can walk together. That was exactly what you thought you'd say. You could count on her to understand. As she smiled, her face lit up softly, like the early morning sunshine outside. Mother pinched the tip of your chin between her thumb and her pointer finger. Enjoy your first day. There's only one of them per year. You still weren't sure about going to school, and that was a fact. You couldn't even pretend it wasn't. She let you go in order to place her hands on her thighs, needing to balance herself as she stiffly straightened up to her full height. Your mother folded her arms proudly, watching you leave for the day. You were going ahead without her. Through the open door, you could see Autumn waiting patiently on the porch. Still, he turned back to the house instead of looking around the neighborhood. He came to his side, and that caught his attention. But his gaze didn't go to yours. It went straight to the backpack. It went right to the backpack that you had on. Autumn grinned hopefully. I told Mother it's okay. He smacked his hands enthusiastically. Alright, time to go. You know, Cal, it's been forever since I've gone to walk to school with a friend. A teeny tiny yelp popped out of you, partly because of what he said, and partly because your knees smacked together when he said it. He called you Cal, and he said you were friends. You thought you were, but it was totally different to have him talk about it just like that. No, let's go. I'm not glad we're friends. He grinned ear to ear. Autumn was full of certainty. Same with me. Autumn easily swiveled all the way around on his heels. He finally planted his feet onto the floorboards of the porch and to close out his move. He then confidently strode toward and leapt over the little steps down to the ground. Autumn had places to be, and nothing was going to stand in his way. Eagerly, you went along with him, down the stone path, past the fence, and onto the neighborhood sidewalk. It took less than a minute to go around the bendy curve of your neighborhood that led to the least pointy, least colorful home on the street. Tamarac's house. Also her Omi and Opa's house. Autumn and you wandered right to the uncharted territory of their porch. Howard wink. Oh, another reason why I made myself coffee is because I need a hot cup. My right hand is freezing cold, and my left hand is nice and warm for some reason. I don't get it. Autumn tapped out a rhythmic set of knocks. Autumn brought his arms to his side, shook his head to readjust the way his hair fell around his shoulders, and positioned him squarely in the center of the entryway. The old door began to jingle in its frame like you were shivering, cold from being outside this early, too. but someone was fiddling with the doorknob on the other side. And then the door swung wide open with a clattering yank and a gust of flowery perfume coming out from deep inside the house. Still clasping the handle and leaning her head against the wood, Tamarack was there to greet you. She had a bag and scarf on for the day already. Hello! Good morning, Tamarack. Her eyes popped open. She hadn't looked to see who was at the door before saying hello, but she could tell who it was from that answer. Tamarack's tone of voice lightened even more. Autumn and Callie? She used your name, not your nickname like Autumn had. Maybe she'll use it later. Or maybe she forgot. Tamarack kept talking without giving a reason for why she called you that. You're both here! Hi! That's right, we came to ask you to go to school with us. Autumn followed your invitation with a nod. We're all going that way. It'd be cool to walk as a group. She blinked rapidly many times, and all in a row. In the soft pink lights, her eyelashes looked almost like shimmering dragon wing flies. Dragon wing flies? What? Dragonfly wings. There we go. Wow. Okay. I want to come. She twisted almost the whole way round, turning her back to you. You could just barely glimpse the darkened hall beyond her. Tamarack then leaned over, bending her knees, and powerfully shouted into the depths of the grey house. I'm going to school now! Her loud, high-pitched call echoed through the hallway. Have a good day, young lady! I'm not going to try gendering who said that, because it could be either Omi or Ota. I want to say it might be Omi, but you cannot be too sure, because you've never met them yet. Tamarack called forward. It was small, but that was all to it to go, from being in her house to being out in the outside world. She took the doorknob with her into a slam the door shut. Oh, to slam the door shut. Oopsies. But where is my mouse? There's my mouse. But, here we go. I'm ready. The quickness of all that was too much, and Autumn needed a second to catch up with it. But when he did, he chuckled. Perfect. And by the way, Tamarack, I already told Callie, but people don't always call me QIU. Okay. Oh, I forgot to turn off desktop audio. We've got game capture. I reckon it's because I don't know how to pronounce it either. Oh, it's pronounced Chayu? Chayu. Okay. That's what Google says. Chayu. Chew. Chew. Especially at school. I've got a nickname. It's Autumn. Oh, okay. I like Chew. You do? Thanks. Autumn lazily saw his hands on his hips, and his eyes moved away off to the side, even though there was nothing to see that way. Guess we've actually got to go to class. Yeah. She thumped her fists up and down in a pattern that matched the pace of her yeah. Yeah, you sighed. Yeah. Last year was only a whisper. All clustered together, you, Chew, and Tamarack. And I still prefer saying Autumn. trampled off the white wooden porch. The full set of cul-de-sac kids hit the road again. Oh, it looks like it's pink instead of orange, because it's dawn. Oh, that's so cute. The trip was almost the opposite of last time. The sun was coming up instead of going down, and you were leaving the neighborhood instead of going back into it. But it wasn't what stood out to you. It was a little bit amazing. You already could compare it to last time. And you could guess that this journey with them wasn't going to be the actual last time it ever happened. It would just be the last time it happened before the new next time. The first part of the trip wasn't hard. There was only one way out of your neighborhood, unless someone hiked out into wherever the woods went. It would be a nightmare if you had to go that way to get to places. Your actual path forward had you brushed past the forest fork that originally led you to meeting Autumn and Tamarack. But you weren't stuck with the same limits as before. This morning you moved right on by without even stopping to check what might be hidden away back there. Now you travelled even further. The woods crowded in closer and closer around the one road that led out, until suddenly structures began to appear between the bushes. The thick overhang of leaves pulled apart to show the sky. The world unfolded ahead of you. Sunshine climbed over the mountains to just barely tickle your cheeks, while the stars still clustered against your back. Imagine that we don't end up finishing this demo. That'd be hilarious. I mean, if we do end up finishing this demo and it's still nighttime for me, we can go on Stardew Valley. Because we like our little hopes and games. You were right back in the center of the windy mountain path. It flowed over the uneven ground, blanketing every small bump and bend like a black river. Along the street, huge wooden poles rose into the sky in a row that rivaled the trees, stretching phone lines and reaching branches that wove the whole town together. Even though Golden Grove was a lived-in place with man-made things, the vast wilderness was as much a neighborhood to the residents as their real neighbors. Tamarack trampled over the grass, swishing her arms and full-length swings in front of her. She didn't get anywhere near the tarmac. Autumn's strides were a lot breezier. He took the spot in the line closest to the road, and didn't even check for cars. His eyes were aimed at the now viewable sky. You ended up somewhere in between them. If Tamarack was a swoosh and Autumn was a breeze, you were a storm. Each step was heavy and crushing. The dirt had to deal with your bad mood if you had to deal with a new school. All that air went out the window when Autumn started moving his hands around even more than Tamarack. He frantically stuck his fingers in and out of each one of his pockets while poking his tongue out at the corner of his mouth. You and Tamarack just watched as he tugged at his jacket and pants whilst walking. The two of you probably shared the same exact thought. He was looking for his notebook or paper or something. It was paper. But it wasn't his special 10 pages. The thing Autumn grabbed was a thick folded packet of white printer paper that was covered all over with tiny inky words. You could tell instantly what it was. The paper stapled together with that many little words on them only ever came from one place: school. Autumn held it close to his face. He had his nose completely in what was basically a book, but for some reason he started to talk to you in Tamarack. Which room did you get? For a second, Autumn peeked over the pages to look at both of you. Who's your teacher? Tamarack thought hard, but she didn't find an answer in her head. She squished her hand under the top of her bag without unbuckling it. She had to find her own papers. I'm gonna check. You might have put a big packet of papers into your backpack. You just needed to find it while you rooted around for that. Autumn shouted, "Here it is! Room 24, Miss Murray." Autumn used his thumb to bend the papers down. He stopped her in his face, and you could see he was stunned. Tamarack waved her back in the air in a crinkled flurry. "Me too! Great! What about you, Callie? Is it Miss Murray 3? You yanked the papers from your bag and read the special... and Speed read the huge chunks of long words that explained the school procedures and student enrollment. Lucky for you, the parts you needed to know was smack dab in the front. Teacher, Miss Murray, room 24. We're gonna be stuck together forever. Your mother had given you papers. Autumn probably got his from his mum and dad, and Tamarack from her Omi and Opa, despite being kinds of different. The papers were all the same. Smoke settled in on its regular spot on Autumn's face, all according to plan, if he somehow could have planned it. We're roommates! He didn't need the packet for anything else, so he stuffed it into his pant pocket with one shrug of his shoulder. There's only 3 5th grade classes we could have been in. When Autumn made sure it was deep enough to not just fall out, he brought both of his arms into an even bigger shrug and chuckled too. But Miss Murray? I almost made it without her being my teacher. It was close. Tamarack peered into his face, wide eyes, leaning over so much that you almost walked into her. She didn't have to say what her question was. Autumn got it. Don't worry, she's nice. She's the best teacher for you two. Autumn made a serious and reassuring OK sign with his fingers. Then in an instant, it snapped into a pointing gesture. And you're probably gonna be shocked. But Miss Murray isn't just a teacher, she's a mom. She has kids that are just her kids, not students. Wow. It'd be kind of fun to have a parent who was a teacher. No! But now I know where we're really going. I can bring us right to the door. The extra burst of confidence got Autumn to take a few long strides ahead of you and Tamarack, keeping his chin high. Tamarack bounced across the grass, kicking her knees high up to catch. She didn't let him keep the lead he took. You shyly caught up. You stumbled forward to get back into the middle of the row. You were greeted with grins from both of them. Your steps came back into a steady rhythm between the 3 of you. God damn, my spoon keeps getting the glass. Autumn, why didn't you want Miss Murray for your teacher? Because she knows me, not like all the teachers. Not like how all the teachers have met me, because I go to that school. Oh, is it mom? Like, no. Tell me, Mom. Miss Murray is in a limb. Is it an aunt? A cousin? I never know. His dark brown... we probably will find out. His dark brown eyes stretched open wide as they could. His whispered words were pulled out just as long. It was a deep, secret confession. She really knows me, outside of school and everything. The seriousness of it lasted a second. Autumn laughed at it instead. It's gonna be tough to get away from stuff now. Instead, Tamarack put on a shocked expression. On the shocked expression Autumn had just put away. Whoa. I've never seen a teacher outside of school. When do they leave? Pretty late usually, but they go home and do errands and stuff. I've experienced it. Oh. One word with 2 letters said in a weak voice. You can't manage more than that. Tamarack eyeballed you over her shoulder. She clearly saw something unsettling there, because she finally stuck her hands to her hips and puffed at you. Callie, what's wrong? You're being so sad. You tripped over your words when trying to say them, but Tamarack's words almost made you fall over for real. Autumn tugged at the top of his hood further over his forehead. But it didn't hide his awkwardly pinched expression. That approach caught him by surprise, just as much as you. But the call-out was made, so he let the fluff go and joined in what was being said. She does kind of have a point. Are you doing okay? How can you score to those two? It's nothing, you muttered, not very convincingly. Oh, don't worry about it, you said flatly. Tamarack and Autumn frowned. Now no one was happy. I don't know what it is like to move to some place else or go to a school that's different from before. Not even a tiny bit. But me thinking about doing it, I feel like it would be tough since you're really doing it. Guess that means you're pretty tough too. You too, Tamarack. Her frown flipped upside down. We're on an adventure. Things are getting good, you'll see. Her excitement for... You weren't even sure what this made her so excited. Maybe Tamarack thought change was fun. She didn't care what changed. But no matter what that spark was, it couldn't be put out by anything. Autumn bounced off her positivity. Yeah, great stuff is right around the corner. Though maybe not having to get to class after that part. You got Tamarack to laugh with that. Her hand squished into her cheeks in delight. As bad as things were, you were glad that you had Autumn and Tamarack here. At least lunch should be good. You tried to take part in joking. I like the way you think. Somehow your own face lifted into a smile. You still had no idea what you were going to do at a new school, in a whole new life. Not every little piece of your world was terrible. You were able to push yourself to keep going. The longer the walk went on, the more Tamarac's gaze was pulled to the forest edge along the road instead of what was right in front of her. Her steps drifted unevenly. Happy? Upsetty spaghetti! But you weren't the only one who noticed her focus. Hey! So it's kind of funny how you like the woods that much. It's the only nice place I've seen so far. She said it in the plainest way possible, and the words still made Autumn gasp hard enough to cough. Have you been other places than the forest? Yeah, lots. They're not good. I can't believe it. Yeah, I don't like the forests. But both places can be good. Different people like different things. Yeah. Autumn shook off the shock Tamarac's statement hit him with. He turned his cheek to the front as he rolled his shoulder. He was winding up for a comeback. I guess I can give you one thing. There is a special kind of fun. In all my years of living here, you can only ever have out in these very woods, nowhere else. Really? What is it? He cast a reel, and Tamarack was hooked on it. Just like I invested in whatever mystery Autumn had up on his line. I'm not gonna tell you. What? Tamarack shrieked in a tone that scared away a bird who was minding its own business in the tree above. It was a hook, line, and sinker. The beating of his wings fluttered through the air, matching Autumn's giggling. He brought a hand to his own chin and leveled a mischievous glance at Tamarack. One day you'll understand. Probably. And that was really it. He closed his lips, folded his arms, and settled in on not being told into not explaining for the rest of the walk. Tamarack couldn't accept that or get the hint. She kept pestering with the passion in her words getting stronger every time she repeated them. Tell me the thing. Tell me the special thing. Autumn, tell me the special thing. Here's the bet you'll never find out, you teased. No, Callie! The conversation of Tamarack's attempts to squeeze Autumn for info, your comments on it, and the snickers that escaped Autumn continued when you headed towards your goal. Down that road some more, over a crosswalk, past the main street, taking a turn at the corner. That was when the widest building you'd seen so far came into view. There had been taller ones, because that only had 2 floors, but there are a lot of those floors. North Acres Elementary School. The name made sense. You wondered how many acres it was. I don't think that's what they mean. Nice idea, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they mean by acres. Dozens of other kids were pouring out from a different paths and mixing together under the front arches of the giant door. You tried to stand up straight, wanting to do things right. Then you went through the door, sticking even closer by your group than on the wall there. Oh, welcome to a pumpkin party. Fall into 1st grade, happy fall, y'all. All here today. Inside was a long hall with different doors and a staircase on the side. It was different and dull, like it had been cleaned so hard for so long. It made everything seem more worn down than normal. Posters and boards with a bunch of paper sheets tacked on the lines of the walls. Nobody was even looking at them. messages they might never have been read. The floors had been had a checkered tile pattern. Some of the kids around made sure to walk on one of the colours and avoid the other. This place was your school now. Owen tapped your shoulder and pointed with his other hand. He figured that was his way to say you had to keep going without having to yell so you could hear. The three of you pressed past the other students, making sure you didn't get separated. Step by step, you climbed upwards and forwards. Autumn waved a hand towards the right when you reached the top. You'd arrived for the first day of class right on time. The little bit of cold you brought inside the school, on the tip of your nose and over your cheeks, finally drifted off your face. It was nice and warm when you went into the room. Okay, let's see what we have in this room. That could be interesting. Okay, so that map already doesn't make sense to me. AA 145 NNTT EELL HH. And then some clothes. That doesn't make much sense. Fall, winter. I guess some spring on there as well. Yeah. Your brand new class, 5th grade, 24, smelled like people hard at work. Cut construction paper, crayons, glue, anything that could be made with that. There were tons of leaves stuck to different coloured walls, climbing around the windows, hanging from shelves, sneaking out from behind boards. Some were those things could have been made. Kids sat together in close groups. Desks were pushed up to make bigger tables. There was just one chair by itself, right at the front, or the back, if the way in was the front door. Tamarack took a loud breath of the waxy air. Wow, I thought this was going to be ugly. Our school was better. Really, it must have been the best school ever. It was. Autumn shrugged his backpack off to the floor. When it hit the ground, a puff of air came out of the not totally zipped top. Nothing in place caught his eye, in a good or bad one. It was like nothing around him existed. Autumn just watched you and Tamarack look. He chuckled at the faces you both made. The classes looked the same for every room, in every grade, every year. Oh, it wasn't that he couldn't see what you did. It was that he'd already seen it 110 times or more. Autumn knew the school as well as he knew everything else in Golden Grove. He kicked his backpack behind him to be up against the wall, never glancing down. There were already a bunch of other bags there, sat one by one along the far side of the room. They were almost completely hidden under the row of hooks, their coats and jackets and stuff cluttered over them in stacked piles. There weren't enough holders for all the layers people brought. You're pretty lucky that this is your first time, but you're gonna have to do it once. We're going to graduate and go to a different school next year. We'll all be new kids then. He talked whilst he pulled his arms out of the jacket. You had always seen him wear it so far. He tossed it on top of the round lump of other coats, with a hook somewhere below it all. Tamarack waited and watched, and then she tugged at the end of her scarf to undo the knot it was wrapped in. She talked too. I told you this place was weird and never changed. That made Autumn adder. The sound was almost exactly like his backpack made a minute ago. School is different in the entire town, Tamarack. Tamarack didn't say more words than that. Oh, Tamarack didn't say more words against that. She just got on her tiptoes to sling her untied scarf over Autumn's jacket, building the mountain of stuff on one little hook even higher. That hook's gonna end up breaking. I can already picture it. It's going to be on the floor at some point mid-year. Oh, he looks different without that bandana. Autumn shoved his bandana deep into one of his pockets and lifted up his other shoulder. You're right, that class is always the same. He could have used it to tie for his hair, and then it would still be warm. Seeing Autumn without his fluffy jacket on felt like seeing a lion without his mane. He folded his arms high across his chest and gazed upon what you were starting to get was his kingdom. He had the pride of a lion even without the jacket. Though Autumn acted like that was getting ready. He hadn't taken his gloves off. Was he going to wear those to class? Tamarack held the tight strap of her bag. It for sure wasn't going with the rest of the packs. That meant she was definitely already done with putting your stuff away part of getting to school. Tamarack's overalls were more overclothes that she won. Most overclothes she had once the scarf was off. No coat, or cool poncho or anything. The overalls were kind of short too. They didn't cover her whole legs. Her ankles had long socks and yellow rubber rain boots to keep them warm. But you had to wonder if she didn't feel cold the same way most people did. You left your stuff on. Good morning and welcome, students. You glanced over your shoulder. Okay, she's kind of pretty. Only kind of. In the open doorway was another new person for you to have to know. Her braids did match a few of the kids there, but she wasn't going to be sitting in the desks with them. She was twice as tall as everyone else in the room. That had to be the teacher, Miss Murray. Her soft brown eyes looked down over you and your neighbours while she tapped a finger against her freckled, specked face. The pattern on her skin was almost like stars. If stars was the light at night, and the stars were the darker part. Oh. Her rosy pink lips parted into a smile. She inclined her chin towards Autumn. What the frick do I keep pressing? Hey. It's nice to see you here, Mr. Autumn. This will be a good year. Oh hey, it says Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Oh, spring's in green. Okay. I mean, that's unexpected. Ooh, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. B for bird, even though that looks more like a duck to me. Or a yellow chick. C for cake, D for dog, E for egg, F for flower, G for grapes. And obviously A for apple. Yeah! Autumn stretched the word out as far as it could go, and at the same time he opened his arms wide. He turned his head that way too. He had that kind of tone your mother would have had when she had old work friends over, and they'd asked if they could set her up on a blind date. Squeaky, cheerful, and real, and not real. He was trying to be nice, but wasn't trying that hard. Though when his eyes were rolling away, his gaze passed over you and got stuck there. A mischievous grin tugged at the corners of his mouth, as the sound of his voice went from off-key to chilling. Maybe. Miss Murray's pencil-pointed eyebrows lifted. She blinked one time, then her own smile grew. It was shared with you and Tamara next. Hello, I'm your teacher, Miss Murray. Am I right to say that you're Tamara something man and Kelly Wolf? You looked at the ground without a word. Tamara bobbed her hands in the air and twisting in place to swing her bag to hung behind her back. I'm Tamara. She followed that really short dance break by sticking her finger right in your face. That's Callie, sometimes our girl. That's so great. Miss Murray spoke sweetly in a way that was just nice. It wasn't surprised or relieved to find out the answer. She probably didn't need to ask who you were. Teachers knew a lot. If you'd be kind, would you mind coming over to my desk over there in the far corner? I'd like to talk to you two before class begins. Okay. Tamara finally lowered her hands back down to the sides. She still bumped her bag around by pushing it up and down with her butt. It clattered loudly, and Miss Murray pretended not to hear. You took a step closer, curious. Thank you, both of you. She gestured lightly with her hand for you to come and left the doorway. Auden turned his head to follow the teacher. More and more of his dark hair eclipsed your view of the rest of him as she walked away. When you lost sight of his face, there had been a frown on it. After she was really gone, he swung back towards you and Tamara. Autumn was smiling then, or smirking then. Good luck out there! He tipped over on one foot and bent his body down. His other leg kicked into the air. He could balance better than a flamingo. Autumn slipped a hand under his jacket on the hook, and also under Tamarac's scarf, which was still on top of it, and dug around the fabric. He didn't come out empty-handed. He had gone hold of his favorite notebook and pencil. Autumn slowly lifted his chest up and brought his one hovering foot down to earth again. That whole thing was graceful, but he followed it by wildly waving his notebook goodbye at you, and a paper fell out of it when it did. Ah! Tamarack squealed, trying to talk too fast, but none of it was real words. She reached her hands to Quill graspingly, to Quill? To Autumn graspingly, like she could pick him up and plant him back where he dropped his thing. That didn't work either. He stepped away, light feet carefree, and joined up with one of the groups at the desk. They all raised their heads and waved when he arrived. He was gone, and the teacher was waiting. Tamarack squinted her dark red eyes tightly. She directed her gaze towards you, because it wasn't like anyone else in the room could understand her. You gave her a look back. Autumn, you said with a smirk. Autumn! You picked up the paper and put it in your pocket without looking. You made a beeline to the tan page on the dark blue carpet and snatched it off the ground before somebody could step on it, or it could blow away and get lost in the middle of the forest. You simply tucked it away. That was taken care of. Tamarack pretended to be a jack-in-the-box like she did yesterday. This time it was by bending on her knees before bouncing straight. Her fluffy locks of hair shook around her rosy round cheeks. Come on, Callie. She skipped off to the teacher's desk with smiles. You trailed after her lead. You didn't want to be left behind. Off in the corner of the other side of the room was the teacher's old dark brown desk. At least at the very top the wood was dark. The inner part was a lot lighter. You could see that from all the tiny cuts and scratches over the surface. It was far away from the desks as could be. You guessed that was so she could have these kinds of talks without everyone else hearing the whole thing. Miss Murray didn't sit in the cool rolling chair that went behind the desk. She stayed in front, only leaning her back against the top edge. She got to talk to you and Tamarack gently, because she didn't have to push her voice across a piece of furniture that separated students and teachers. I appreciate you coming to this meeting. I wanted to let you know a little about today. What you can expect on your first day. Why? Well, this class is a unique arrangement of students. But you're the only two who have never attended this school before. Everyone else is simply returning after summer break. I'd like to introduce you during roll call later. I want the other kids to know who you are. Oh. Tamarack clicked at the buckle on her bag. They made a clinking sound when she picked them up, and a thump when they landed back down. Her gaze moved around too. The meeting wasn't exciting anymore. It was gonna be so awkward, you knew it. People would stare and make faces, and you would have to sit there, or stand there like a big weirdo while the teacher talked all about you. The face you made wasn't what any teacher could have wanted when they told their students the plans for the class. Miss Murray could only offer promises over her plans and no proof. I'll make sure it will be alright, the kids will get it. The teacher slid her hands across the desktop behind her and spread her fingers wide out. In a couple of minutes, I'll be telling the class to take their assigned seats. You'll have spots for the rest of the year, too. I made a seating plan already, but there is a bit of wiggle room to help you get comfortable, if you'd like. Tamarack's hands flew from her bag to her cheeks. That'd sound like a smack. Does that mean me and Callie will get to sit together because we're neighbors and friends? Albus made you want to cover your face with your hands, too, but for a really different reason. You were so nervous. Your heart wasn't going to stop running around your chest until the teacher said you'd be with Tamarack the whole year on up. A twinkle in Miss Murray's eyes when she finally said what you were hoping for. You thought she might have paused on purpose to make it more dramatic. Yes, I can put you next to each other. Woohoo! It made Tamarack explode with celebration. She popped on one foot, pulling the other up next to her arms, and her chest and arms went in the air. Callie, we're gonna sit next to each other. Yeah. We got something then. Anything else? Can Tamarack and I sit with Autumn? They were both your house neighbors. Tamarack and Autumn had to be your seat neighbors too. Miss Murray was a really proper lady from what you'd seen. She didn't have one wrinkle on her fancy suit, but creases suddenly appeared around her eyes and mouth when she had that. The lines spelled not again. No, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're getting along with Autumn, but there There were students who wanted to sit next to him last year and didn't get to. It's our turn now. Your eyebrows went up so high you almost could have lost them. There were that many people who wanted to sit by Autumn. It was kind of rude to the teacher, but you had turned your head right to look at the guy you'd been talking about. He was leaning over a bunch of desks from before, still talking to those other kids you didn't know. There was a big smile on his every face. You tilted your head back where it came and all the way. You only moved it to be enough to be looking at the side instead at Tamarack. Her gaze was directed straight at you. She gripped the strap of her bag that was weighing against her chest. Since the day you moved in, it had just been the three of you in your cul-de-sac. Even if the day you moved in was yesterday, it was the same group. You, Tamarack, and Autumn, neighbours. But you weren't in your neighbourhood anymore. On the outside of that street, Tamarack was exactly like you were, and Autumn wasn't. Oh shit. No. You and her were strangers in Golden Grove now. You didn't know people and they didn't know you. Autumn had been there forever. And it wasn't only that, you had already learned something on your first day. Autumn was popular. Well, that was good for him. It didn't matter to you, but it probably meant a lot to Autumn. Not looking at her didn't stop your teacher from trying to talk to you. Callie, I'm sure once you're in your seat, you'll get used to it. Soon you won't want to be anywhere else. And if not, you can come talk to me about it. Yes, Miss Murray. She didn't talk to the desk anymore. It was going to have to win you over, on its own or not. So, Miss Murray had to wait for you and Tamara to stop your shared stares of surprise. And then she pointed to the floor to a couple of desks that were near the back that were side by side. Those are yours. Tamara's the closest to the wall, and Callie, yours is the one next to that. Window seat. Window seat's gonna sit at the window seat. Tamara happily sung herself a simple song about her brand new desk. Beside roll call, there won't be any surprises. There'll be a regular, easy first day of class. Thank you for having a chat with me. You can take your seats. Tamarack's cheeks inflated, and she pushed a smile between the two balls of air. Okay, let's go, Callie. Alright. The teacher stayed resting up against her desk while you and Tamarack went towards your own seats. Tamarack sent a quick, excited glance from the desks, then back to you, over and over as you walked towards them. She chatted about how it was going to be so fun being next to each other, and all the things you could do during the year. It was hard not to believe her. She beamed so bright it was like her sparkly golden hair made the sunshine that filled the room. You counted every one of your lucky stars, but you didn't get put somewhere else. The clap and a call came from where you just left. Attention students, class is starting, take your seats. Just like she said she would, Miss Murray was beginning the lesson. You're right in front of your assigned group desk when she said it. The red plastic chair Miss Murray had pointed out before was probably really old, but it was brand new to you. You pulled it from out of the table and gave it a try sitting on it. Cold, hard, and slippery smooth. And the back the back part wasn't straight, it bent away from the bottom part of the seat. It felt like leaning against the top, of a shiny slide on the playground. If you weren't paying attention, you might fall off. Maybe that was the point. That was a way of keeping the kids focused. Tamarack was right next to your left side, by the window and wall, like she wanted. Past her, you could see the rustling treetops outside, with their golden full leaves all bunched together. They kinda looked like Tamarack's puffy hair, but not as sparkly. She plopped her huge jingling pack on the desk. The actual bag barely fit, and she had to bundle up the strap on top so it wasn't sneaking over to someone else's work desk. The tips of her rain boots were pressed against the dark blue carpet, and she tapped her heels together. It made the shoes squeak. She was excited for her own little place in the room. Kelly, we're gonna be right here for the rest of the year. Yeah, we're gonna sit over here 100 times. Tamarack patted her hands against the thick fabric of her bag and giggled in time with the hits. She stayed pretty busy making a beat. You glanced at the room ahead of you, where important boards and the teacher were. Owen was there, too, in the very first row of seats. It wasn't the same spot I'd been in before, when you saw him talking to some people. Those were other classmates he was sitting with. Were just as happy to have him there. He was hanging one arm over the cross of the top edge of his chair, and was sitting so snug, and was settled in so snugly, he looked like a heavy blanket that had been thrown over it. He moved his head to the side and rested his cheek against his outstretched shoulder. Autumn somehow made himself sit even more relaxedly. When that happened, he noticed you behind him. Autumn finally pressed down his eyebrows and pushed his mouth open a little. He wasn't there when you learnt you and Tamarack would be together, and he wouldn't be there with you, and now he found out. He only looked that way long enough for him to notice you had noticed his expression. Then your friend, house neighbor, and not seat neighbor lifted the corner of his mouth and sneakily waved the hand draped on the seat at you. Autumn's deep brown eyes gazed over to Miss Murray's, directing your attention to her. His eyes kept moving right in a dramatic roll that went all the way around. It wasn't hard to imagine him saying, "Teachers, huh?" or something like that. For a minute, you could picture what it would have been like if you had been right next to you. But he couldn't face you forever. It was class time, and you were left staring at the tiny ponytail on the back of his head again. It was okay. You can't insist Autumn be with you all the time. Miss Murray patiently waited for people to get settled in. Every seat had a kid in it, and final words was said before the room veered into short silence. That was when things changed from you being just someone in the room to a student who had to listen to a lesson. Hello, class. Thank you for all being here today. Welcome to your first day of 5th grade. God, I can't believe that we're in American stuff. Well, I want to say like 5th grade is like year 5, but I don't know. I mean, this is elementary school, so no, it's like 6th grade. Holy shit. 5th grade is year 6. Okay, that makes things a little easier. I mean, yeah, that makes sense as well, I suppose. Wow. So, reception pre-kindergarten. He went to his Key Stage 1, also known as kindergarten grade 1. That's why. You'll start your first grade at year 2. So what? Interesting. Well, I guess you learn things new every day. She gave a round of applause. Normally, the people sitting and watching were the ones who clapped for the person standing in the front. But you guess Miss Murray did things differently. We're gonna have a lot of fun this year, and you'll learn a lot too. But also, you're the big kids on campus now, so I'm counting on you to set a good example for the rest of the students here. Alright? Yes, Miss Murray. Another round of... Around half the class answered her part. Part was in a loud cheer, the others were bored grumbles. The teacher accepted both moods warmly. Thank you. Let's start with roll call then. She crossed past the desks to get a folder off the little cubbies in the corner. She got that and left her stiff brown jacket behind. And we call them cubbies as well, or at least I used to. I don't know what anyone else would have called them. The teacher flipped the folder open as she stepped back into the center spot. The cozy sweater made everything about her seem softer. Oh my god, that is actually a kind of cute sweater. But it's also a short sleeve one. That is, I want to say, a dark magenta, maybe a plum color. You know the story. I'm gonna shout everyone's names in alphabetical order, first name first. When I call your name, raise your hand and say, "Hey, Miss Murray, I'm so excited and happy to be at school with you today." The whole time the class started to chatter, there were snickers and share between friends, whiny outcries of, "We can't do that," and someone even booed. Okay, here will work. And now I know you're listening. Her voice had a juvenile kick. She had fun with her job. Let's begin. Your first name started with K. It probably would take a while before she called you. You gulped. Would it be better to have it happen sooner or be put off even longer? Who knew? But not having to do it at all would have been best. I know, right? Just not go to school. Miss Murray went through each of the 8 kids, and I kept going from that. Jeez, how many people are in this class? Then you were next. You knew not because she was on your first name, but because her keen eyes were on you before she even said anything. Callie Wolf. I'm not here, Miss Murray. Mumble here. Harsh words spread through the cluster of other kids before you announced yourself. They had no idea you were a person who existed in the world. Now they did. The teacher gave her approval with a nod. It was over, at least for one day. She'll probably do roll call for the class for the whole year. You didn't want to think about that. The roll call rolled on after your turn. Autumn Lynn. Mr. Autumn Lynn didn't really raise his hand. He just popped the thumbs up from his laid-back gleam. Hey, Miss Murray. That worked, though, and your teacher moved on. Tamarack. Not pronouncing her last name. Tamarack's arm shot up in record time. It had already been wound up and ready for that moment. I'm Tamarack, that's me! It wasn't exactly what she was supposed to say, but Tamarack got an A for effort. Miss Murray continued the last of the names. Once every person in a stiff red seat had a turn say they were there, Miss Murray gave you and Tamarack a real introduction to the class, when she warned you would be coming. It was talked about how you just moved to town and what people were supposed to call you and everything. Oh my god, that's so awkward. Just like, hi, Miss Wolf. So, I need to know some information about your kid. When did you move here? Why? What do we call them? That would just be such an awkward conversation. I would hate that. That's so awkward. It was talked about how you just moved to town and what people were supposed to call you and everything. Miss Mary must have asked your mother and Tamarack's only an opener to know all that. You're glad that embarrassing thing was over. That was the end of the not really teaching us except names part of class. Miss Mary took a paper in the folder out the flap and moved it over to the other side. Please take out your pencils and notebooks now. I'll be going over our plans for the year and what will be expected of all my students. Your mother had packed a fresh notebook with perfectly smooth pages that didn't have a single smudge for you to use. You had grabbed something to mark it up with if you needed to. It was a crayon. Mark is like either a Sharpie or a whiteboard pen. A crayon probably would be a purple crayon. Depends. But I've now just got the text. From the owl bird saying apologies while I was asleep. And I'm in class. Really tired tonight. Go figure. I'm in 5th grade. Well, hang on. There's a full stop in the middle. I'm in 5th grade. Send help. But minus that, I'm gonna go take my cup into the kitchen and nip upstairs. Go check my power bank. So I will be one moment. I will also open up chat on YouTube if anyone wants to say hi while I'm away. So we've got that. I just messaged on my other account. So I'm not logged into this one on my computer. I mean on my phone. Our power bank's at 100%, so we're all good. Joyful. Let's save again. How much charge does my... It still says 80. I think that's wrong. I guess one of that. Okay. Let's go with the color pencil. Left hand, because we can use both hands. Yes. We multi-handed. I forgot the actual word for being able to use both the left and right hand, and I just know it starts with a name. How is that? Alexa, what's the word for being able to use both your left and right hand?
Bits.io. Ambidexterity is the state of being equally adapted in the use of both the left and the right hand, and also in using them at the same time.
Thank you. Ambidexterity, that's what we're after. Yes, I walked to the kitchen just to ask her that. I know nothing. But I do know that I have another coffee. Okay, so I actually went upstairs to go to the bathroom again because I drank coffee and it went right through me. But I just checked my power bank and it is actually at 100%. I went to the kitchen for that. Gotta just be a see-through wall sometimes. Can charge my phone now. Because I need it charged. And I'm not gonna be sleeping for a while. That was the best. That was the one that felt best today. So not only do we alternate pronouns, but we alternate our hands. Which is a good thing. Tamarack leaned over her bag to be as close as possible. Her eyes were squinted and set right on Miss Murray. She started clicking her shoes together again, even faster than before. If her legs be any quicker, she might turn into a one-girl powered motor and drive the desk around. Tamarack was definitely eager to get the information being told, but there wasn't a single piece of paper or pencil anywhere on her desk to take notes. Maybe she only had to listen tonight. Over the other group of tables, Autumn's face was pressed right against his right fist that he propped up against the desk. He was writing slow, lazy lines with his left hand, in a plain spiral notebook. It wasn't a special one. Oh, so he's also left-handed. I tried to follow along, but it was hard and didn't go well. I recommend it's just gonna be in a very diagonal, not so straight line of just a mix of jumble words. Now I need to sneeze. Yay! Last time I did not need to sneeze. I thought I did. It feels like I do need to sneeze, but apparently not now, I guess. Just waiting to catch me off guard. Miss Mary talked about the students she would be covering. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to say subjects. My brain just said students. Upcoming holidays and activities, the way students would be graded, school rules, and even more. You weren't sure if she would ever stop having new things to tell everyone about until she cut herself off. She said something about when parent-teacher conference might happen. Pause there. Autumn? Autumn, you snuck a glance from the front of him. You snuck a glance away from the front of him and you couldn't help it. He totally lost the droopy pose. Instead, Autumn was hunched over a page, and it was from his special notebook then. He was scribbling in a hurry. Yeah? The answer was breezy as ever. He didn't try to sound like a student being called out by a teacher. He was polite enough to look up at the person speaking to him. Am I going too fast, or is there anything else I can do differently? You've been very uncomfortable. Ella. The pencil dropped and clattered on the desk. Both of Autumn's hands hovered over the piece of paper. He stared at it unsurely. He didn't know if it was certainly too hot to touch or not. For a moment, Autumn didn't know what to do. He blinked and then started talking again, slowly, thoughtfully. No, it's alright. He leaned fully against his chair again, and threaded his fingers together primly whilst placing them over the page. From your spot in the back, you could see the edge of an easy smile on his face. And even if you couldn't, you would have been able to hear the smirk in his voice. I wasn't writing down what you were talking about. I'll get to that later, don't worry about it. Eyes went wide at his boldness. A few kids were brave enough to giggle at Autumn's comeback. Miss Murray's usual smile was faint, but it was there. Well, let me know if you change your mind. I will, thanks. She stopped at the little break there and tapped a folder with the back of her hand to get the students' attention once more. Nothing but normal school stuff was happening the rest of the time. It was a lot like your classes in other places. Golden Grove didn't have a secret way of teaching kids that the rest of the country had never heard of. You figured it would be that way, but seeing a regular lesson happen made it clear what you'd be dealing with. And like that, all the classes you had before, that one was over eventually. But before the teacher let anyone get up, Miss Murray went around the room to drop piles of papers on different groups of desks. She explained how they were stacks of homework sheets, and everyone had to take one packet with them and bring it back finished tomorrow. Then she said bye to the students, and it was okay to leave. It sounded like it wasn't going to be hard, so you didn't care that much. School meant homework. That was just how the world worked. Right next to you, the spell kept Tamara totally locked on to Miss Murray during class broke. The teacher went over to her desk, and Tamara turned to you. She stared at the pencil in your hand. Actually, it was the opposite. She was looking at the hand that was holding the pencil. She kept staring. The way you had it was really interesting to her, but she couldn't tell why at first. But started to figure out then anything else in class had been for her. She used all her brain power, and it clicked on a light inside of her head. Oh, it's your other hand, the left one. I used my right. Her open right palm was certainly only a tiny bit from the tip of your nose. You almost had to cross your eyes to focus on it. My only Opa and Mom and Dad use that right too, but you don't. It's amazing. You didn't want to bother explaining that you weren't just left-handed. There'd be more to talk about. I saw Autumn use his left hand. Really? The little puff of hair on the top of her head whipped around as Tamarack snapped her face back to the front. But it was too late. Autumn had already put his pencil down for the day. Oh well. Then Tamarack wasn't talking about pens anymore. That was finished according to her. This time it was really about the pencil itself that had her attention. She poked it with a finger. I like your colour pencil. Oh, maybe it's a really bad colour. If we go with, I don't like it that much. It's all I had when I moved. You just nodded. Tamarack started to hum and got to work on back with 2 front straps of her bag. Okay. You didn't write stuff down in class. She simply kept tugging on the cuffs to unhook them carefree. I wouldn't read any of that. The back was clicked open. She flipped over the top flap and went in one of the homework packets, closing it back up, followed right after. That was all she had to put away, because she hadn't taken anything out of the bag for the whole class. She pulled the bag closer to her and wiggled herself under the strap. There was only one thing left before she was set. Kara bounced out of her chair, and the heavy bag sailed across her shoulder with a rattle. Come on, Callie. She made a dash to the coat rack where her pink scarf was waiting. Before leaving, you remembered to take the homework packet and tuck it in your inner pocket of your bag. No, nothing else was forgotten, either. You pulled all your things back where you took them from. You even brushed off the stray pencil shavings and eraser bits that had gone on your side, thanks to the other kids on your table. The desk was all nice and clean when you finished. But as soon as you got up to leave, you couldn't because someone called for you. Hey, Cal! You checked behind you, and there was Autumn coming up from the front of the class. He was waving with a piece of tan brown lined paper in his hand. Hi, Autumn. It's good you're here. I've got stuff to say. Though I guess I could have told you even if you'd gone. We live in the same neighborhood. It sounded like Autumn struggled to wrap his head around the idea that the two of you were strangers about a day ago, and now were people who were going to be seeing each other all the time. There was a soft crinkle as Autumn tapped the edge of his special paper against his right palm again and again. You stopped being able to hear it when Autumn started rambling, though he kept doing it. Okay, so this paper. Here's what happened. I was talking to my mom and dad about yesterday, back when it was still yesterday, and I realized something. He flapped both of his arms out wide. Autumn was acting as blown away, as he must have been when he first learned about the thing he was trying to explain. Tamarack finding my paper and sending it to you wasn't just some unexpected or unexplainable thing that we wondered about. It was sucky. What was it? Yes. With drama and emotion, Autumn whipped his arms up and down in rapid gestures. He needed you to feel what he was feeling, which turned out to be what he imagined you had been feeling before. You got the paper airplane with a message that had your name and everything. That's exciting. It had to mean something. But then it wasn't a message for you. It was an accident. Whoa, that's the biggest letdown. I can't even imagine. He had been flying the page around like it was another paper airplane. But he finally let it rest for a second when his arms dropped. All his bluster became only a sigh. If you are gonna get a note from me, it should have something to say to you. That's what I thought of when I thought about it more. Oh, now I get it. That wasn't the end of the story, though. It was the prologue. Owen sprang back into action and raised his left hand with the page pressed between his thumb and the rest of his outstretched finger. And so I've got something for you. He shook the paper in his hand, grinning cheekily. There was no way to not get what he meant, and what was supposed to be for you. You wrote me a note? That's right! Owen brushed his paper once more to bring down to a low enough for you to take. He excitedly seized the note from his hand. The paper in your finger was exactly like what you remembered from the plain one, somehow tougher and softer than regular paper, same light brown color. When you read the message, the words scribbled on it were all different than before. Oh, that is so cute! Welcome to the neighborhood! That must have been why he was scribbling so fast during class. Oh, that is really cute. Oh, and it even has a little face. And they have some pretty good stars that have been drawn. Though, yeah, some of them are little wonky ones. Only got 4 points, which looks more like a ninja star. And welcome to the neighborhood are all on the line. And from Chu Lin this time actually, it's all like what I was saying with it being angled, but it's going bottom upwards. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. It gives it more like emotion and more realism, I guess. That was what was written in big clear letters. Stars and smiley face crowded around any plain spots the words hadn't covered. It was careful work. The little extra line on the Q was a fancy curve, and he didn't even draw the stars from corner to corner. There weren't lines through the middle of them. This was a difference between a note Autumn wanted to give to someone, wanted someone to see, and the one you got by accident was huge. Some blurry thing came up past the top edge of the paper. You blinked, distracted, then squinted over the page to figure out what was going on in the room. It was Autumn, high on his tiptoes. He was watching you read the note, smirking, his hands tucked behind his back, all around, very pleased with himself. It's pretty good, huh? Yeah, thank you a lot. Autumn was already standing as tall as he could, but what you said still uplifted him, even more through his eyebrows in the corners of his mouth. That lopsided smile grew until it was full to bursting. You're welcome. You gave one more glance at the message Autumn had written for you. It was still there, welcoming you to the new neighborhood every time you saw it. When you looked at Autumn himself again, he finally dropped his feet and hands back to where they normally were. He waited there to see if you were gonna do something else. I've been wondering, why do you wear your gloves inside the classroom? 'Cause it's cool. Autumn proudly gave a 2-gloved thumbs up for that logic. Besides, he cocked his left thumb over at you. You're still wearing your outside clothes. Yeah, I like your gloves. Thanks. Even though Autumn was the last one talking, he abruptly placed his hand through the air to get the conversation out of the way, and have it be about something else. But wait, before I forget, I gotta tell you, I'm impressed, Callie. The first day's gotta be the hardest when you're new, and you didn't even break a sweat in class. His hands were on his hips in a commanding pose as he talked energetically. Nothing was held back. You didn't feel smaller next to his bright presence, and you don't think that's what he was trying to do. Autumn was starting to get to know you better, and it was making him look at you differently. You could handle it. I'm glad you were here. What? I didn't do anything. It was you. He closed his eyes and snickered while thinking some kind of thought. He stretched and curled his fingers to feel the way his gloves were fitting. Autumn pinched the edges to straighten them out better. Anyway, you and Tamarack in the back next to each other, huh? Miss Mary is smart, just sometimes too smart for me. The teacher said a bunch of people wanted to buy you. With a huge smile, Autumn swung his arms open wide. Yeah, of course they did. Acted like it was obvious. And it kinda was. You already knew he was popular. Paper crinkled in your hand, you've been gripping it the whole time. You twisted away to pull the zip of your bag. The welcome message you got from Autumn went right next to the packet of homework Miss Mary had given you. Autumn giving you the paper reminded the ones you could give to him too. You gave him the airplane paper and the page you dropped in class. Autumn was somebody you met yesterday, and you already had 2 things you lost in your bag. That was one for every day so far. Your bag was already open from putting away the newest paper, so you stuck your hand into it again. The backpack couldn't be zipped all the way, or everything would fall out. You only made a hole big enough for reaching around inside. Luckily, the paper from Autumn's special notebook wasn't like the homework from Miss Mary. You didn't have to look to know it. You could tell by just touching. But you did have to worry about mixing up the page that was yours to keep and the ones that weren't. You had to stick your face against the cold, bumpy zipper track to read which was colony paper you had before you were sure you got it right. Then you look at Autumn again. I got these for you. That's what you said when you held the papers out to him. It worked like a ticket to a time machine because you saw the exact same thing you did yesterday with Autumn gasping, flailing his hands and all of it. 2? Both his hands smacked against his chest, pressing it back, while his head, shoulders, and eyes jutted out in total shock. Where did those come from? Well, the first one was the paper airplane Tamarack made. The other you dropped when you waved by before class. Then the stiffness melted away, and Autumn stood evenly with his head high again. A grin grew too, the same as a flower after winter. You know, Cal, your sorcery amazes me. Oh yeah, it's now canon that we are a sorceress. At least it is to Autumn. You and him broke out into laughter together. If you really were a sorcerer, you would do a lot more than making Autumn lose his papers. But it was still a good joke. Autumn swept his left palm up towards you, kind of like how someone might ask for a dance in a movie. He learned fancy moves like that a lot. He placed the pages right there, like papers were giving him a low 5. Autumn crossed his right arm over to reach into the left pocket of his pants. Out came his well-worn notebook with the pages that barely stayed stuck inside. He flipped it open with his thumb and positioned the missing papers squarely on top of the rest of the set. He ran his now empty fingers over the tattered sides of the book, pressing the corners and edges that had been sticking out. Oh, god damn, I didn't finish reading that one. Had been sticking out mostly back into straight lines. Then Autumn flipped his wrist to close the notebook, dropping it back in his pocket and patted the side of his pants fondly. That's that. You did it. The pages made it home. Autumn shifted his red sneaker, pinching his toes and the back of his foot in and out. He wasn't going anywhere, but it looked like two caterpillars inching around on the floor. I've got something I wanted to ask you too. He drummed a few fingers fast against the side of his face. You can do that. For as bored as Autumn had always been, as he still was trying to be, his choppy talking and even jerky movement was a lot more uncomfortable than confident. What was with that bandage? You had it yesterday too. Did you get hurt before? You must have, right? That's what bandages are for. Autumn bunched his eyebrows upwards and squeezed one eye closed. It was a wink, sort of, though it didn't feel fun or silly. Maybe he was the one hurt. That's why he was wincing. You touch your bandage quietly. Okay, I was just wondering is all. That's all I needed to ask about it. It's done. Thanks. I wonder, can I go back? I can. Nice. Yep. What was it? Nope, I didn't get hurt. I just like it. Well, okay, that's cool. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's all I needed to ask about it. It's done. Thanks. Orm didn't have anything else to say, and you could tell since he wasn't looking at you anymore. His gaze was on the move. He'd already seen everything there was to see in the class. That looked like every other class. At least, you thought so. But he did find something that needed his attention in his mind anyway. Oh, she hasn't left either. Wait, right there. I've got another thing to do. After cupping his hands around his mouth, Autumn called past you all the way to the other side of the room. Hey Tamara, get over here, you gotta see this. What is it? You have to look. Oh no. Tamara bounded across the room faster than an Olympic athlete, probably. It'd be close to at least, if she was really speedy. She did a skipping leap for the last foot before reaching you in Autumn and tossed her arms straight up as she stuck the landing. Oh, the music's changed. I've only just noticed. That's nice. The fringe strands of her pink scarf, which she securely wrapped around her neck again, had flown up and almost tickled your nose. I know. Yeah, check it out. Autumn waved urgently for her to come closer with one hand, and reached into his right pocket with the other. That wasn't the side he kept his notebook in. He was going for something else. The two leaned in, having a one-on-one huddle. You weren't part of it. But you could tell what he had by the little glimpse you could catch over his hunched shoulders and the sound of it. It rustled and crinkled, not in a sharp way, like leaves, but in a soft, squishy way. Autumn was holding a wadded-up bag, probably from whatever grocery store Golden Grove had. He kept the bag tightly closed, gripping the two sides of the top, and keeping his fists pressed together. He then suspiciously looked side to side. No one else would be allowed to see the hidden treasure inside. Tamara did it too after him, either to double check or to not be left out. Maybe because she didn't want to miss it, whatever he might be spotting. Alright, this is it. Suspense bored your two neighbors. Tamarack bit the nail of her thumb and totally stopped breathing. There was nothing in the world for them right then except the bag and whatever it held. And finally, before Tamarack could fall over from nowhere, Autumn barred his hands and stretched open his unusual gift wrapping. Mouth open, eyes wide, Tamarack gulped down into the bag. You figured she would go wow or something, but she just scanned whatever it was up and down with the same eager expression. It was possible she was so blown away, her face had gone stuck like that. It turned out not to be the case, to be true, because she eventually saw enough of her reaction to slowly begin to rumble inside. First it was with the edges of her lips wobbling, then her eyelashes trembling, and finally her brows pinching fiercely. Tamarack snapped her head up and glared into Autumn's awaiting smirk. That's trash! You sigh. Of course it wouldn't be anything normal, and of course Tamarack would get so loud about it. A tiny bubble of a smirk popped from Autumn's mouth. Then there was another loud one. The laughs kept bursting bigger and bigger until he was shaking so badly that whatever was in the bag almost bounced out. That's right, it's trash. What? Yeah, it is, I said so. Being heard over Autumn's giggling fit could have been a problem, but Tamarack was entirely okay with shouting. Miss Mary looked over at the commotion from her fancy teacher's chair. She still had that folder with roll call papers and the class scheduler. Maybe there were no rules when this class was out, or maybe this was kind of normal with her students, because she didn't tell any of you to quiet down. She just went back to her job stuff. By the time you focused on your neighbors again, Autumn had started to calm down. Autumn shook his head and wiped a tear from the corner of his eyes. Then, through heavy breaths, he gave a wise, cracking answer. I didn't say it was someone you want to have, just someone you should see. Why would I want to see your trash? She asked him whilst crossing her arms to go with her. Autumn gathered the handles into one hand and swung that arm up near his chest so the bag hung over his shoulder. The pose would have been best for someone modeling a purse 5 times more expensive than your mother owned. And the really nice ones for work, not plastic bags full of garbage. I have reasons, I always got reasons. What are they? No, to hydrate. I don't want to dehydrate. The question was cautious and wary of any other tricks Autumn might pull. But the curiosity was clear in her voice. Being presented a bag of garbage was okay, as long as it had some kind of secret. Well, he paused to rearrange his face into something more serious and nodded thoughtfully. Even though me losing that paper was an unexplained mystery, I was thinking about how you just got to this town and already having to pick up after other people to keep the forest clean. That's not fair. Still speaking as a wise mentor, Autumn used his other hand to gesture tellingly at the windows. So I decided to go back out yesterday and check the forest for litter, and this is all the stuff I got so far. He really did have his reasons. It was exactly like he'd done with you on the night. Autumn imagined what Tamarack had probably thought or felt from what happened yesterday. And when it seemed like that could be sad, he did something about it. Tamarack sucked in a gasp of air and let out a squeal. Really? You cleaned the woods? I did. All this went from being in the ground into my trash bag. Wow, that's so nice. She did a little wow about it after all. And she also kicked our feet one after the other in a happy little dance. The bag jostled with her moves like like a partner. Not a panther. It was your good idea first. That could have been humble, but he cocked his chin and grinned, so pleased with himself. There wasn't really any more. Tamarack was too giddy to care or notice. Thanks, Autumn. You smiled along with them. The little trio of you, Tamarack and Autumn, stayed together, reunited by the desks, while the room became more and more empty of everyone else. After a while, besides you three, there was only the teacher left in the class. It was empty enough and quiet you could hear the doorknob twist and click. That was all that happened, though. You figured someone would come in. You checked behind you. The door was open a crack, and a person peeked through. From a teeny bit you could see the person was a kid, maybe a short grown-up. They were only half as tall as the door they were hiding behind. It definitely was your mother coming to get you. Miss Mary was still flipping through millions of papers, but she called out from her desk. It's okay, you can come in, class is over. Then the door got shoved all the way open and bumped into the wall. After trying not to be noticed, being called out, that made whoever it was more confident. Or maybe this is her kid. They stood in the doorway and put their hands on their hips. The hair on their head was a helmet of sunshine, orange shining and flaming out in rays everywhere. The person walked in without looking at what they were seeing. It wasn't the way you, Tamarack, came into class. It was the way Autumn had. The way someone who had been there before had. But this wasn't their classroom. None of the students you saw the whole day was this person. In a new school in a new town, you would have been more amazed if it was someone you did know. Even if that were true, you had almost thought you had met the stranger. The kid's soft brown eyes edged at your brain. You were sure you'd seen those exact eyes somewhere else. It was especially hard to figure out when their gaze wasn't aimed at you. It had gone to the front where the teacher was. Oh, you remembered. Seeing the new kid at Miss Murray made you think of a matching card game you had played in school when you were little. You'd just won by flipping over 4 identical chestnuts. The person with eyes like Miss Murray ran past the counting carpet behind the desk. They threw their arms around her in a hug, squeezing her knees together. Your teacher gently brushed those sunbeam strands until the kid tilted their head back up to smile at Miss Murray with a toothy grin. Hi! Hello, sir, 7th grade. Did you have a good first day? Darren. Sir, 7th grade or Darren? Or both? Gasped and let go before smiling even wider. Autumn? He darted from the desk just like that. Miss Murray watched him go, rubbing the other spots on her pants that got squished. She was for sure his mom, not only because they hugged, but because of their eyes. Miss Murray wouldn't have let a normal student get away with not answering her questions. And you were right. My mom is your teacher? Yep, I knew it before any of that was mentioned. Gosh, I'm smart. Darren's voice came out bright and loud, with a big laugh. The sound was kind of crackly, too. He had so much to express to the world, Words could barely keep it all together. Autumn's own sparkling giggles joined in. Or maybe they're like friends. So 7th grade is like year 8. Because we're in 5th grade, also known as year 7. He opened his arms all the way out, not holding anything back. I know! When Darren crossed the room, he stuck his hand straight out, palm up. Autumn flipped his arm down and over to land a low 5 smack. It was a powerful hit, but they were both protected by gloves. Autumn shrugged again, not feeling the sting. This year is gonna be tough. Boys, inside voices please, and personally I'd say my lessons are fair. Yeah, sorry, Miss Murray. Sorry, Mom. Darren lifted his fuzzy black earmuffs off his head, using his hands covered in fuzzy black gloves. He was in this classroom to stay, and he would be able to hear quieter words better without that too. The first time Darren noticed there were 2 more people in the room. That made his smile flatten. You'd expect you would see new kids today. Darren didn't think about that. He tried to figure out what to do or think or feel now that it happened. Emmerich skipped without saying who she was so she could jump right Darren's face on her tiptoes. As far as kids went, Darren was tall, as Emmerich was short. Mom? You said she's your mom? A teacher is your mom? It didn't matter that Autumn talked about Miss Murray having kids before he got there. All that a lot happened to show that Darren was definitely her son. Having a kid of a teacher in front of her was too unbelievable for Tamara. And that made Darren decide what to think about this meeting. He didn't like it at all. His face soured and he backed away from Tamara without thinking, like a giant fluffy bumblebee was coming to get him. Tamara didn't let him get far from her. Okay. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? You're uneasy. This wasn't good. Someone should probably do something. Someone, not you, though. Don't follow Darren like that. Autumn was totally serious with the idea. It wasn't a rule, it was law. Darren listened to it better if it came from an actual teacher. Oh. Darren deflated to stand like a normal again and stopped scurrying towards Darren. He still didn't stop staring at her. Darren was too afraid of what she might do next to look away. Okay, I didn't miss something. The whole thing made Autumn sigh. It was an accident though, because he sucked another breath super fast after that. Then he smiled like it never happened. Oh, hey. Everyone's gonna meet each other for real now. We do? Yeah, we do. He used his own tiptoes and smoothly twirled around to shift from Darren's side to Darren's. This is Mr. Darren Murray. Autumn hooked an arm around Darren's stiff shoulders. The warm embrace got Darren all soft. He melted over Autumn, and their heads bumped together. The two were close as could be. He's my friend, and 12. 2 years older than us. Autumn proudly put up a peace sign that probably just meant 2. Remember that road that right from the cul-de-sac? Darren lives there. His house is the yellow one with the dark brown fence. We're almost neighbours, that's how we know each other. Yeah. The big hill, I know that. You'd pass a lot of homes on your way to school. I guess people had to live in them. But you always figured you'd meet a person seeing where they live. Oh, you always figured you'd meet a person before seeing where they live. It was kind of weird thinking you'd gone by his place before you even knew who Mr. Darren Murray was. Autumn told his face so he was nose to nose with the boy down the street. That's what I gotta tell you. These are my new neighbors. What? Both of them? I thought only one kid was coming. Poor boy was more confused than ever. Tamarack could shock people even when she didn't try to. Autumn came to the rescue. His arms slid off Darren's shoulders to pound soothingly on the back instead. Both of them. Autumn used his other hands to nudge towards the girl with many surprises. This one is Miss Tamarack. I'm not pronouncing her surname. Granny is her actual grandma. She lives in the grey house now. Not another drink. It's talking endlessly as part of my voice. It was easy for Autumn to explain what happened now. If Darren had been there yesterday, he could have seen Autumn's flurry when he found out Tamarack was there. This is what you had to do to sound smart. Act like you always knew something to people who couldn't tell the difference. Maybe it was just an Autumn thing. It did work for him. Darren listened to his friend's wisdom, amazed. And that, like a tiny showman in front of an audience with one person in it, Orlman curled his fingers and held his open arm out towards you. His mix, Callie Wall. There's sometimes a girl. They are the one who moved into that empty middle house with their mom. You all met yesterday. In the real world, Darren had to look down to see Autumn. It was a plain fact. He would have to look down on every Daniel grade except you. But the shine in his eyes dipped. You could be tricked into thinking Darren was looking up at Autumn. That's how mature the boy admired the younger one. Molly went away when Darren glanced over the two people Autumn had introduced. All that was there was the uncomfortable skepticism. You gave a wave. You're pretty sure there was nothing weird about what you did, but Darren squinched his face at the attention. Aye. Autumn chuckled at that, playfully shoving his palm in the chest. Tamarack flapped a hand in a fast wave. It'd be like a buzzing wing of a bee. She kept being like that around Darren, but you didn't think it was on purpose. Hey, Darren! His feet just squished. The awkward way Darren was with people still didn't get Tamarack to back off or even slow down. She had thoughts that needed to be said. But both were in orange sweaters. Tamarack stopped her fluttering hand by clasping her hands together over this important revelation. Darren curled his fingers too, gripping tight around the earmuffs he was still holding. She hadn't said that teasingly, not even the silly kind of teasing Autumn did, but he was still bothered by it for some reason. Yeah, we both like orange. It was a short answer, a very serious one. The old time Darren hadn't said one word response to Tamarack until now. And when she asked about his mom or said hi, talking about the same colored clothes, though couldn't be ignored. Orange is good, one of the top colors. Oh. Autumn turned to whatever was going on, nodding wisely. But do you know what my favorite color is? How do I know that? Because I think it's pretty obvious. For the second time, he gestured at Tamarack, but not any part of her. Owen pointed it towards the mop of sparkly hair. It's golden. That's the best color there is. I'm still reading all that. I had my finger on the mouse and it just auto-clicked where the mouse cursor was. And that was annoying. What was his favorite color? What was his favorite color? That was exactly like autumn. The color of a lot of autumn leaves and practically all first place trophies. Oh! My favorite colors are purple, pink, red, yellow, and orange. That's a lot of favorites. It's probably about half the colors there are, but alright. Wait, also, every color Callie likes is my favorite too. Tamarack was so sweet, she appreciated you no matter what. Compared to Tamarack shouting, Darren responded with a peep. Still didn't want to talk to her, but misunderstandings about color ranking couldn't be made either. Red is my real favorite color. Orange is still cool. But at that point, everyone had talked about the colors they liked except for you. I've got favorite colors too. You can't pick only one. Yeah? What are they? Rainbow. All of the colors. Mine? Exactly. Purple, black. I don't really know the color of primary, but actually, it's mom's hat. Or something like that. Which is a purpley one. Now, I want to be certain. It might be more red. Apple red. It's a muted apple red. Which is why it looks more like purple. I also like red. It's more lesser. Black and purple. And cranberry. That's it. Yeah, me too. Okay. Not that interesting. Autumn took his trusty notebook out of his pocket. A pencil came with it. He flicked the pages open and began to scribble right there in the middle of the room, during a conversation with people. Why are you doing that? School's open. I'm writing down your favorite colors. I want to remember them. Oh, I missed some text. The question was answered, and it completely confused her. It made sense to you, but she didn't get it. Tamarack didn't write stuff down even when class was happening. Okay. A yell cut off a fun reaction, confused by normal things, and confusing to normal people. That was Tamarack. You are using your other hand. Left one? Yeah. That was my good hand. Wow. I wonder if he's also ambidextrous, or whatever it was called. Guys, the same. Cool, lefties. Tamarack ran out of words to blurt out, and Darren didn't want to do anything on his own. Not with you either. It had to be with Autumn. So the three of you waited there as the scratchy sound of Autumn's writing went on. The more letters Autumn added to his notebook, the more his friend shifted uncomfortably. Hey Autumn, you're coming to my house today, right? Yeah, I am. That was the third quick and direct answer Autumn gave while busy with his task. It had a big impact on Darren. He smiled, relieved. The promise made up for all the stuff Darren hadn't enjoyed since he walked into the classroom, and the two new people had become a little part of his life. Making a long dash across the paper, probably to underline something, Autumn finished off his notes to himself and replied to Darren. Now that Cal and Tamarack are here, I gotta make sure they get to the neighborhood. But I can do that and go to your house. The worn brown book and pencil were tucked into Autumn's pocket. He didn't watch what he was doing. You did. And this time no papers fell out. It's not gonna be me and Darren, you know. One more is coming. We've got plans. It's been worked out for weeks that we get together after the first day of school. For a kid, Autumn sure made himself busy all the time. And because of that, Darren, can you go get that guy? He's gonna be standing out not knowing where to go. You can bring him right to the room. Darren sunk his neck deeper into the cool collar that surrounded it, trying to not be called on in class after it was already too late. Don't wanna. His voice had gone even more raspy when he spoke then. Every bit of Darren protested the idea. Oh, come on, you're the fastest out of everyone. Autumn, on the other hand, was bold and brave. He sincerely sung Darren's praises to encourage his friends, though more quietly added verses of his own success. With running anyway, on bikes I'm the best. Did you know I've got a mountain bike that has silver paint splatters, and the tires have these big treads? It's so fast you'll be amazed. But besides, we can't both go. Tamarack and Kelly are here. Do you want to stay with them and by yourself while I get them? Darren's eyes closed and he grimaced. If he was looking, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from glancing at you and Tamarack. You could tell, since that's where his not seeing face stand. And he didn't want to do that either. If he couldn't handle seeing you too closely, staying alone with you and Tamarack didn't seem achievable for Darren, and Autumn knew it. I'll go. He placed the earmuffs back on his head, as if he was donning armor before battle, resigned but resolute. Cool, see ya. Yeah, bye. Bye. As Darren sprinted through the door, you doubt he'd be following no running in the rule. Miss Murray was still reading over her teacher stuff, so she didn't put a stop to it. But Darren should have followed them, even if no one was watching. Tamarack's focused on sound and the action. When that was over, and even Darren's bright white vest couldn't be seen, she snapped her gaze back to Autumn. She was eager, ready to learn more about the boy whose name hadn't been said yet. In school, in friends, and everything, Tamarack wanted answers. If you didn't have to wait for your mother to get you, you would have laughed. Olin began telling you about his friend, even though nobody asked him about anything. Tamarack's face had been enough to get Autumn going on it. This kid you're gonna meet isn't like other kids. He's mature. Mature rolled off Autumn's tongue slowly, importantly, with a fake accent. He didn't know what kind, but when he thought a little longer, Autumn thought Autumn much more quickly added some more details. And not mature, actually, about some stuff. Not everyone likes him, but I do. And you might too. Oh, and guess what? He doesn't go to our school or Darren's. He goes to a totally different one that costs money because it's for rich people. Those are actually real. You figured out what accents Autumn had been doing. A wealthy person's accent, like one of those movies with millionaires. I also like Snoopy. Gotcha. What? Then how come he's coming here? He could have gone to Darren's house. Huh. I had to consider that went a lot longer, and eventually gave up on an explanation. No. Darren's mom works at this place, so me and him were gonna meet up there anyway, even if she wasn't my teacher. This last guy, he doesn't have a reason to come to my school first. That's what he said he was gonna do. Autumn lifted his shoulders and hands at a loss. He laughed about it. I guess he's not a very good planner. Neither Autumn or Tamarack was sure what to say next. You're the same. Three of you glanced from one face to another. Expressions filtered between encouraging smiles and curious staring. Till eventually the doors flung open. Darren hadn't stopped to check if it was okay this time. He had a job to do, and it would have been a job well done. Darren wasn't alone. Their entrance was a funny scene. Behind Darren's striking colours and intense steps was the new boy. The stranger came along, unconcerned, dressed in mute tones. His hair colour could almost have been called black, though dark grey was probably more bright. He had black pants that didn't perfectly match the shade on his head. There was something about him that made a strong impression. Tamarack, Autumn, and Darren too had lots of energy that radiated out of them. This boy didn't have spirit in his hands, legs, or body. His fire was concentrated on his dark brown eyes. Whatever he looked at became the total force of his being. That made him unignorable. And that part of him was so noticeable, it took you a minute to see that he had a birthmark on his neck, and that his smile was actually a smirk. From a full class to only 3 students left, to 4 people, and now you were a group of 5. People kept coming and going that afternoon, and you didn't know what to think. What you were thinking was cut off by a shout from Autumn. Along with that, he punched the fist into the air, with his welcome retiring of the champion and found prince. Yeah, you made it! Darren and the boy he brought had given the impression of opposites when they first came in. What they had in common became clear when they smiled at the very first way of the union. They both liked one another, and they both liked Autumn. That's all that mattered. The two went straight to Autumn's side, on his left and the other on the right. The formation of the trio went perfectly smooth. All of them were aware where they stood in the group. So this is my friend. He's cool as long as you tell him when he's being done. The boy had been the most collected person we'd seen in town, besides your teacher, and Autumn just called him dumb as soon as he got there. That was kind of incredible. But Autumn didn't mean it in a mean way, and the new arrival hadn't even blinked when Autumn said it. They were friends, and the insult expressed as much as affection as the hug Autumn and Darren shared earlier. I think I'm gonna have to go coffee searching again in a minute. Or I could just film a juice. Oh my, how long is step 1 of the stemmer? It's like, I'm not complaining, it's really fun. But it's also taking hours. Which is a good thing, realistically. Though that also means I don't think I'm gonna have time to record Joy of Creation. It's gonna be another thing I need to record today. I'm gonna have to weasel it in before I record with Owl, or after I record with Owl before my dad gets back home to do his editing. Because I've been putting this video off for ages, and then October's basically done, minus some deleted cuts, and potentially some other content. October's really just been full of Our Life, which is a really fun game, and I can't wait for November to come around so I can schedule the last 2 of Step 1, the non-DLC moments. And my voice feels like it's going because I've been talking so much, so I'm a bit worried about later, so I might stop talking, but it's not going. I figured that one out what I thought was going last time, because I've been talking for ages, recording back to back to back to back videos of our life. It wasn't going, it was just strained a little bit, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. But it was fine when I stopped talking, because I don't talk to myself that often. But when you're streaming or recording, you have to talk to yourself for long periods of time. And I don't usually do long streams. I usually go up to 2 hours. My voice is usually fine. But this is like getting close to 5 hours. Well, 5 or 4 hours. 4 hours. Which is crazy. And I could have done this one on Twitch if I thought about it. Could make a bit of money on Twitch. But like, I'm not really a Twitch streamer either. I'm a YouTube streamer. YouTube streamer. A tuber. I do need to go back to Twitch at some point. I don't have the time. And I want to do like a big, I'm back on Twitch kind of thing, but I don't know what I want to do for it. I'm trying to plan something cool. But it might just be a video that I make. That I just stream the video. And just have text in the corner. It's like, this is not a live thing. I will respond in chat. So, that might be something I end up doing. Talk about everything that's been happening. Something like that, I don't know. But I'm more game orientated. It's like, that's slowly coming together. Though also not really, because I don't have any models first, so I'm kind of back in square one with more text. But it's okay. I'm gonna go dig for some coffee real quick, because, yeah, I'm getting dehydrated. No, I'm not gonna go dig for coffee, I'm gonna go sell my juice. I think I should drink more juice. Okay, I'm back again. I know those upstairs. Can I get my drink? Let's only just tidy up my room. Okay, I think the plan is we will record up until like 6:30. 7 out of push. So I don't know what time my dad's gonna get up. When my dad gets up, I'm gonna end stream. So around 6. Depending on him. And then yeah, we'll go from there. Because this has been a long stream, and if we don't finish this in this stream, we can always do another stream later. Because that'll be fun. The option didn't mean it in that way. And the new arrival didn't like. Oh, okay, I read this one. Cool. Just had to reread. Make sure. Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name's Baxter. I recognize this name. Proceeds to pick up fire. I recognize the name Baxter from another game. Made by these same people. I think it's the same people that made this game. Yeah, it would be. Duh. Let's see. Baxter's story in the first hour long. Yeah, this dude looks similar. But there's also a version where he has white hair. That dude's also Baxter Ward is the color from the first game. Baxter greeted you and Tamara casually. It was effortless for him to say polite words, but they didn't come with a lot of meaning behind them. Darren was 12 and he was tall, taller than all of his friends. But you couldn't believe he wasn't that old until Autumn said so. Nobody needed to tell you that Baxter was older than you. Nobody had told you, but you still knew. More than any kid, Baxter reminded you of teenagers. Ones who thought they were smart, but not only anyone younger, but adults too. He had that kind of unquestioned confidence. Even the way he stood, that looked more grown up than anyone else. That's right. On his newty voice again, did a courtesy to show his mock respect to whoever the boy he was that he was about to introduce. Baxter Ward, I said that name from the DLC in the other game. He's Mr. Baxter Ward, the oldest out of all of us. Yeah, meanwhile, Autumn dropped the accent because he wasn't talking about Baxter anymore. And this is Miss Kelly Ward and Miss Tamara. Okay, Google Translate. How do I pronounce this name? So, I got Chew as well. Well, I'm pretty sure it's Chew. Yeah, Chew. Baumann. Bowman. Tamara Bowman. There we go. We eventually got the name out. You gave him a wave. We already gave Darren a wave. We might as well just give this dude the same treatment. so interesting. One corner of Baxter's mouth was already up. It'd always been up, but he left at the other end too so he could probably smile at you. Hi! Shamrock's normal bubbliness popped up right after she said hello. You actually rich? She said it doubtfully, with her hands on her hips, and her face towards intently. It added more to her wondering than what she actually said. What would a rich person be doing there? Shouldn't he be doing something else? Something with other kids, like you and her weren't doing? You try to imagine what the other thing might be. Maybe standing at the head of a long table longer than this whole room. Or dancing in a shiny ballroom wider than your house. Darren's face twisted up in the center and tied around the edges. He wanted to laugh, but he wanted to stop himself from doing just that. Yes. Baxter said he was a rich kid, as plainly as if you asked if it was Monday, or if he had a hat on his head. He can prove it, too. Baxter lives in a huge mansion high in the hills. So, I'm pretty sure that's what the other Baxter Ward does. I like that they just took DLC Baxter and plumped him into this game. So maybe this is the same dude from back when, but I would need to get the DLC and play it to make a complete conclusion. That is so interesting though. I would never have thought that unless I was like, I'm pretty sure I recognize that name, which is why I did. That is so interesting. Hang on a sec. Baxter Ward is a character in one of the love interests in our life begins and always. My character known forever. He appeared in step 2 of the former, depending on your choice, with a guaranteed appearance in step 3 of the former and step 1 of the latter. Oh. Baxter Alexander Ward. Xavier. Yeah, they definitely cross over. I'm definitely convinced of this. In Our Life Begins and Always, Baxter wears a grey suit jacket and pants with a lighter vest underneath and a white dress shirt. By time, Our Life Now and Forever Step 2, Baxter wears black. Yeah! Oh my gosh! So, is Now and Forever actually a prequel to the first game? Because, right, I'm only questioning this because in background, Baxter was born and raised in Golden Grove. He doesn't miss his hometown much, but appreciates it for what it was. During Step 3, Baxter attends a college in Virginia, studying business administration and management degree. For the summer, he stays in a condominium previously run by the Donalds, who were dubbed the mean parents by the main character Elizabeth and Co. was rented for him by his parents, so he would be able to have a place to live when he's not staying at the dormitory near his college. Baxter's family is rich, with his parents specifically being members of the Cypress. During Step 2, they joined the summer sorority to make connections with other members. If the main character is alone and wants to dance, they can meet him in the sorority, where he asks them to be his dance partner. He remembers them in Step 3 if they chose to dance with them. Oh, that is so cool. So, I'm just reading this, and I'm pretty sure my dead name plugin is working because I've got one of the settings as MC set to Cali. And on the wiki, the word Cali appears, and I'm pretty sure it's in place of MC. And it's kind of funny. But not all of the MCs show up. Maybe because it's the only non-capitalized MCs? I don't really know. I don't get it fully. That's just so interesting. Unless it's another Cali. Maybe it's another Cali. I think it is another Cali, actually. Yeah, maybe it is. Amicable, he'll be polite to them, but completely neutral on if they become friends, since he is satisfied with being friends with. Okay. Baxter and Ultimate, same voice code as kids. Oh! So, Baxter has a crush on Autumn. Just a little fun fact. Baxter is pansexual. Fun. And he's also afraid to swim in the ocean. That is so interesting. So this is. Oh wait, maybe. That happened at the same time. That makes even more sense. I also have my spell out, like. No. Was it? $20. Okay. let's try searching this one. Well, like, okay, so that's like 8. Dear community, you have not let me down yet. Why doesn't it technically work? I don't know. Then again, Baxter's older. Okay, so this isn't a prequel because this is having step 1 of this is happening in 2010. So I like being always is the first still. Say this is 10. He does? He does. Suddenly the table and ballroom of your fantasy felt a little more real. Having a huge mansion come up without him needing to say so curved Baxter's smile more than it already was. He didn't have to brag. His house spoke for itself, or rather, that was Autumn to speak for it. And that was the best brag of them all. If I don't like you two, maybe you'll get to visit. If I like you? Autumn's words had shot up in a pitch and rang with humor. He threw his hands out in disbelief. He had to be careful not to hit one of the multiple people hanging around him. Baxter, you show it to anyone who come by. Autumn knocked Baxter's arm with his elbow, but that was on purpose. He friendly nudged to go along with the rest of his light-hearted jabbing. His smile beamed at Baxter, his eyes dancing over towards you and Tamarack. Autumn declared his stuffiest voice a reply that was, to Autumn, more accurate picture. Please come see my big cool house. Why would I even have it if no one was going to see it and think it's big and cool? That's him. Autumn needed to pause to steady himself before he finished what he was talking about. But it is a really cool house. I would show it off if it was mine. Autumn had to be honest about his friends and himself, which was flattering. And when it wasn't, it ended to show generously. Baxter said nothing, and he didn't laugh. He just glided and knuckled around the edge of his swoopy bangs. The strands curved with the motion, then slipped right back into their normal resting spot. His smile didn't drop out of place either. With so much not being different, it was easy to tell that his cheeks turned pink. His cheeks were pinker. Autumn had sorta made fun of Baxter, even if it was a joke. If Baxter was gonna blush, you would have thought he was embarrassed because of the teasing. But no matter how you looked at it, nothing about the older kid's expression was shy or uncomfortable. He was calm as ever, maybe a little happier than before it happened. Anyway, Baxter's introduction was over. Autumn had decided that, now that everyone's here, I've got something important to say. Though he said everyone, Autumn's attention was squarely on you and Tamarack. There was a pause for dramatic effect as Autumn smiled knowingly. Callie and Tamarack, I hereby invite you to join our club. What? Darren shouted like Autumn just announced he was getting married next week at 10 years old. Not so loud, please. That gentle scolding was way more startled than Darren's yell. You'd forgotten Miss Murray was still at her desk. She She was so quiet and so much like a teacher, she fit in naturally in the classroom, as the whiteboard or globe. Things that were there that should be there, but you didn't think about it. While you got a reminder, Baxter had never even known. Oh, hello, Miss Murray. Nice to see you, Baxter. Darren zipped his lips. He had settled for silently pitching his brows and pouting. Autumn, who was definitely the leader of the pack, wasn't going to let his word on the decision be questioned. He folded his arms in disapproval. First his mom, then his friend Darren wasn't having the best moment. But Autumn couldn't stay firm for long though. Instead, he thought of his clever smile. Me, Baxter, and Darren are a group. We go around having fun. We're practically famous in this town. Yeah. Me, you, and Baxter do. Quietly, firming, not yelling, Darren pointed out the numbers again, as if it meant something. Those are girls. Yeah. Kelly sometimes is. That didn't make Darren look any happier. Darren's glance flicked to you and then Tamarack for a single second. So it did mean something to him. After all this time, with Darren acting so weird with you and Tamarack, you'd heard why. He was a boy who didn't play with girls. It's a boys' club. Darren gestured to the semicircle of kids to bring the attention to the boysness of the collection. How can it be a boys' club if we're not all boys? Oh, I don't want to do it where I'm just all the genders. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just like, now I'm also a he sometimes. I can fit into your club at any point. He went in a whisper. Even if you and Tamarack and Baxter were there, Darren was trying to keep the conversation between him and Autumn alive. Unfortunately, it was Autumn he was talking to, and Autumn made extra efforts to include the two of you. He really giggled at the problem he had been presented. Darren, your mom's a teacher, and guess what? Autumn gave a lidded look over his shoulder towards his possible new group mates. His dad, also a teacher at a different school. With a slow shake of his head, Autumn smugly chided his friend. And you don't even know problem solving. Okay, listen. So I'm a boy, and it's my club. That means it's a boys' club. What's the issue with that? You didn't get an answer, though. You didn't get an answer, though Autumn didn't expect to. Darren could only gawk as if he witnessed a magic trick. Autumn had taken a black card from Darren's fingerless gloved hand when he revealed it again. It transformed into a red king. You'd wondered if Autumn was a sorcerer all along, and said you were one to cover for himself. Got away with words and with people. You and Tamarack being neither wasn't what gave Autumn an advantage. He was like that no matter what. Baxter chuckled, a pleased audience member of the event, and then he shrugged, with his hands in his pockets. I don't mind if they tag along as long as they can keep up. Great. Baxter's agreement was directly given, and Autumn took Darren's acceptance as his kind of sure thing, even if he hadn't exactly gone there yet. He expected you and Tamarack to see it too, and put the choice in your hand. That was the only question. So, what do you think? No thanks, I don't want to. For all of Autumn's feats and conventions of wizardry was so equally amazing how Tamarack could simply defeat them by not taking an interest in saying so. That was actually the second time Autumn invited her to play with him and his friends. Yesterday she'd said maybe, and today she said no. Darren certainly found more. He never wanted her, but was offended she didn't want him too. Baxter only smirked harder. He had friends. Being turned away by a stranger didn't make a difference. Owen was disappointed by Tamarack not considering it, and by his friends' unwelcoming attitudes. No one seemed to care like he cared, even when he tried his best to get everyone to get along. His expression was unhappy for Tamarack to realize with the sharp impact she had. Thanks for inviting me. I like you, Autumn. I'm not sure I like these other kids. The two snorts and one laugh followed the attempt at comfort. Baxter was the one who laughed. Oh, there's a second page. Two dismissals was a total failure. Orm still smiled. He could find some sad humor in how badly it all went down. Nobody has to join, but you'll probably regret it for the rest of your life if you don't. It's the coolest club there is. And Callie, Tamarack, don't listen to Darren. I'm sorry he said that. About you being girls in our group and that being bad. Darren's gaze fell, guiltily, and he didn't finish whatever he was going to say. He may have not wanted you and Tamarack to join, but Autumn did. And being the reason it didn't work out was an intended betrayal of his friendship. Damn, I keep double-clicking. Darren does not know how to talk to girls or act around them. I think the only ladies he can say 10 words to his mom and Tamarack's granny. Autumn! Orm tossed his hands up, completely unapologetic. We thought of a phrase you heard your mom use before. Don't shoot the messenger. I don't know. That's what I noticed, but it doesn't matter anyway. You can't live your life like this. You're a big kid, Darren. What if Tamarack and Callie look up to you because you're so much older and wiser? Are you not gonna be able to say hi to them? I said hi, didn't I? I said hi to Callie, not to Tamarack. She greeted you. But she was too close, I know. How about you say hello right now? It's not too late. Yeah. Tamarack was instantly in for that idea. She glanced upwards into Darren's eyes, grinning expectantly and swishing her shoulders side to side. Say hi! It was hard to tell if she realized she was giving Darren a hard time. That was more to him than a normal hello, or if that was the whole plan. But either way, Darren could do nothing except stare at Tamarack's smooth gig. Oh, Baxter just spit. Oh, this is embarrassing. Yeah, just for you. You can't treat girls like that just because they're girls. Darren groaned through clenched teeth. Alton, Darren, and Tamarack, not one of them were budging, until a low voice came from the area around Darren. It wasn't actually him, it was behind him. Hello, I think your scarf is so nice, Tamarack. Oh, Callie, you have such great glasses. What? Darren couldn't stay quiet for long. His mom had given up on reminding him. I hope you like my earmuffs. Darren spun around in fury, but the perpetrator had already breezed back to Orm's other side. Baxter stood there, self-satisfied and silent, like he had been there the whole conversation. He may not have seen it with his own eyes, but Darren knew it was Baxter. He had a pretty distinct voice, and if it wasn't, as if anyone else could have done it. It was pleasing answer to Tamarack's ears, no matter who said it. She giggled as she toyed with her nice scarf. Do you really think that? The real Darren turned away uncomfortable, with a pinker face than an accessory in question. Like a rinse down your rinse. It's okay if you don't want to talk to me. Darren tucked his head into his vest as much as he could. The main part of his face you could still see were his eyes, which had gone huge. and gone from defiant to shy and maybe a little sad. No, it isn't. You guys. Orm had lost hold of the situation. He viewed it from outside, the same as he might have done a while watching toddlers tumble in the playground. You know I don't invite just anyone to the group. That was a reminder for Darren. He sent an explanation you and Tamara explain next. That was before me and Darren, since we were babies. And then, a couple years ago, there was Baxter. It's been the three of us since until right now. Yeah, and it has been. So why do you think they have to be part of the club? That's good you asked. Callie broke into my backyard accidentally and took me on a crazy investigation about a paper airplane. And then they got here a day ago. And they're already looking out for me. Normally, I'm the one doing that. And Tamarack was the one who made the paper airplane for a stranger, because it would be fun. She's the type who hides for who knows how long in a pile of leaves so she can jump out to spook you. What's not to like about that? Lastly, the three of us are neighbors. That's gotta count for something. Even if it doesn't, what do you think we would do? Run from them when you, me, and Baxter are in the cul-de-sac, try to make Tamarack and Callie leave their own streets? No, we should be friends. Hang out together. It makes no sense to not let them join the club. Autumn's speech rose Tamarack, her fists clenched. Her exploration was filled with vigor. But you were sure she wasn't inspired to join Autumn's club. It was strengthening your bond as neighbors, and only made her flimsy connection to Darren and Baxter more obvious. Darren wordlessly put an extra space between him and the shaken girl. Baxter smiled at Autumn, supporting his friend, while slowly being indifferent to the results of the effort. When it came to yourself, Autumn's description of life thought, you should be a member. Got a thumbs up. You knew how to make someone sound special. Autumn got the sense of his audience, his mixed reactions. Instead of a full house roaring with applause, it was more like seeing an empty theatre with one person clapping in the back row. You worked with them. Well, they haven't been here long, and I know them better than you two. You guys know them. That goes the same for Tamarack and Callie. They know me better than either of you. It's different to me. I like all four of you. You all can join later, and neither of you have to be an official member to do stuff with us. I'm just letting you know what's up. A lot of things bothered Darren, and he showed it. Baxter so far took everything like it was nothing. Autumn went up and he went down, but he always tried to get back up in the end. That was the boys' club. Orm was still Autumn, and Darren wasn't very nice. Also, what do we put this? Baxter was kind of mysterious. That was so cool. It was nice something about the whole club thing, even if you didn't want to be a member of it. The tap-tap sound marked the end of the meeting. It made you think of a hammer hitting a podium in a very important official gatherings. It was actually Miss Murray as she straightened papers against her desktop. The teacher placed them down in a neat pile as she rose to her feet. It's time to go, everyone. I'm leaving, and I can't let you stay here alone. I've given anyone here a ride. Her gaze was squarely on Autumn and Baxter with that question. Or would you like me to call your families? It was you and Tamarack who got the look with that one. The first kid was With an answer was Tamara. She yelled with no hesitation. I'm okay. Following after Tamara, though definitely was not her, piped Darren. He and his friends already had plans, but he sheepishly looked for his mum for permission to go through with it. Oil and Baxter can come with us, can't they? Right off, she nodded. Her son smiled, relaxed. Miss Murray held up one finger and added a note before anyone got ahead of themselves. They can't stay all night. I'll need to take them both home before dinner. All right. Thank you for letting us visit. Yeah, thanks. What about you, Callie? My mother's coming to get me. I look forward to seeing her. Callie, come to my house. Tamara bumped her arms like the dark blue carpet was water under her foot, and she needed to break through the indoor pond. I can wait for your mother too, then we can go. And you can meet on me and Opal when we get there. I'd have to ask my mother. Yeah. Alright. Well, how about we finish packing now? On it! To your teacher's suggestions, gathering out door clothes, checking inside and under desks, looking through bags to see if most of the important possessions was still there, was all done. Not a single glove was missing, one pencil out of place, if Miss Murray could help it. During the final sweep of the room, there was an eager knock on the door. That might be your mother now, Callie. It took... Miss Murray took long strides, reaching the door, far sooner than any of the students could. When it was opened, you saw your mother's framed by the dozens of coloured paper leaves taped around the frame. It was a huge relief. You could go to her and get out of school. Hi. I'm going to assume that you are Miss Murray. Yes, but Shannon is fine. And you are Miss Wolf? Right as well. I'm Opal. Callie is my child. It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming to pick up Callie. You started listening to them on their conversation as the two grown-ups chatted about each other in a lower view. Darren wasn't as polite. He sighed as the continuation of the adult greeting. Maybe he thought that was boring stuff. Orm snickered softly while giving Darren a small shove with his shoulder. It rolled some liveliness back and got Darren to smile. Mother noticed the cluster of kids. Her eyes fell on you, and her conversation with the teacher stopped. Callie, I made it. And hello again, Autumn. Hi, Mother. Hi. She strolled farther into the room to join you. Miss Murray stayed by the door. Who's the rest of this fun bunch? Mother asked wonderingly, glancing across the faces of the three other kids still there. Class was long over, and you were too closely gathered for it to be random people who happened to be in the same place. Why you all come together was great interest of your mother. Two of those people were Autumn's friends, and one was your seatmate and your neighbor and your friend. And it was her, as usual, who shot first reply. Tamara never took long to think about what she'd say. That's why she was always so far out of everyone with words. You're Callie's mother, wow! You look like that, Mother. Thank you. Some bits of me did end up there. You shrunk into yourself, feeling bad about Tamarik's observation. Sorry, do you look like your dad? Callie does take after their father in certain ways. Mother had a reply for that question ready before you even fully heard it. A good thing she did, because that was an even worse thing to say to you than the first one. But our family is me and them. It always has been. He won't come by for a visit. She was telling Tamarack the truth. Tamarack wasn't going to see him. You hadn't even met him. You'd only been told stuff about him when you were younger. Mother said what his race and nationality were. And hers too. So that way you could know your own history. Ooh. You are quite down to your race. Ooh. I'm not gonna do that. You didn't remember though. Ooh, nationality. I wonder if I could put Dutch. Spanglish is more the right thing, I guess. Made up character. I can do this. Nailed it. We're now Dutch Canadian. That's the first thing that came to mind. I have another character for something else that's Canadian. And I'm learning Dutch. So, yeah. But at the same time, your mother explained how having you in the first place worked. She didn't have a husband or a boyfriend or anything, but she wanted a kid, so she had you. Your mother talked about how you didn't need an entire another person to have a baby. It only took a small part, and she was able to go get there from a special hospital. It was kind of confusing, but you were able to understand who your dad was. He wasn't your parent. He was a guy your mother didn't know, and you didn't know. You didn't care about him, but you worried it would change how other people thought of you. Most kids had two parents or two grandparents. But you had a dad who wasn't there. What if they were mean? Oh, sorry again. Frowning, Tamarack pinched and pulled a frayed edge of her sweater sleeve. One finger slipped through the tiny hole in the cuff. It was going to rip even more doing that. But that might have been why it was torn in the first place. It's fine. You didn't know. Now you do. There was a lot of not knowing for her and you. But you did recognize the tone that your mother was using on Tamarack. A low tone with extra emphasized bend of words meant it. I'm not mad this time because it won't happen again, isn't that right? Tamarack gave the tiny nod, stretching the striped sleeve all the way past the tips of her fingers on her free hand. The conversation that had been dominated by Tamarack, but was still hanging around, was the boys' club. They could hear everything said about your family. You tried to figure out their reaction. Oh my god, Houghton looks so pissed in this one for some reason. The others just look chill, they don't care. Owen was still, shifting between a narrowed gaze between the friend on his left and the friend on his right. Suddenly he seemed like a teacher of the classroom, keeping a stern eye on students for any sign of trouble. Two of them were on their best behavior, quiet and blank-faced. When Autumn realized you were watching, he became regular old Autumn again, grinning wide. You felt a little better. You wouldn't let anyone say stuff about that. Well, it's good to meet you, Tamarack. That dropped Tamarack's jaw. She was certain she hadn't said her name yet. You knew me? Not for sure. But I thought you looked like you'd be our neighbor, Tamarack. Now bashful Tamarack hid her face with her hands. The swear was finally released from her squishing grip. While she wasn't looking, Mother gave you a sneaky wink. you told her enough about yesterday for her to figure it out. About everyone else. The question was kind of forced. There was still an awkward feeling left behind. Tamarack bringing up. Oh, there was still an awkward feeling left behind after Tamarack bringing up your dad that you'd never met. Even if people were going to figure out sooner than later that he wasn't anywhere, it could have been done differently. But not everyone cared about that kind of stuff. Baxter took the initiative to properly introduce himself. My name is Baxter. I don't go to this school. I attend Jared Witt's Academy. You do? That's quite impressive. Thank you. You were starting to think he couldn't feel uncomfortable, even if he wanted to. He was cool as a cucumber, so much he got stuck that way. Like if you made a weird face for too long. Except you're pretty sure adults were lying when they said that they could. He felt the conversation had changed, though. Your mother was more at ease and gave a purposeful look to the only kid who hadn't spoken yet. And you are... I'm Darren. That's my mom. Darren couldn't meet her eyes. Instead, he stared at his shoes and limply lifted an arm towards the door. Miss Murray was leaning against the wall there. Her arms were patiently folded. Mother shifted her gaze between the group of students and the teacher with a big smile. As a mother, she liked seeing other parents with their kids. It was fun for her, you guessed. But she never said it out loud how much the children look like their moms and dads. It's nice to meet you too, Darren. His cheeks puffed out like a frog. It was so fast and unexpected that Mother laughed. She usually didn't like laughing at other people's kids or other adults unless they were telling a joke. She laughed at everyone's jokes, even ones that weren't funny. Your mother pressed a palm against her chest and breathed in through her nose to steady herself. You've barely been here 2 days, and I already need a full hand to count all the acquaintances you have. You work fast. She told her to grin you away, raising one brow higher. Are you ready to go? Mother, me and Tamarack were wondering if she could come with us. Certainly, I'll be happy to bring her back. Mother stayed to put. Despite their agreement, she was unsure not about you or Tamarack, but the other 3 kids who were left. That's when Miss Murray got off her perch and came to stand by her son. I'm driving Darren, Autumn, and Baxter back to my house. I'll call the boys' parents to let them know. Seems you've all arranged everything. You've got your bags already, too. We should really begin going, then. Have a good day, boys. The barn smiled and gestured of her hand to follow. Mother turned and walked away. Finally, I'm free, he said with a dramatic sigh. Autumn and Baxter said bye as the 3 of you were leaving and waved, too. Darren only looked at the big group of girls. Bye, Autumn. Bye, Darren. Bye, Baxter. Bye, teacher. She shouted over his shoulder while sticking close to your mother. And after all that yell, Tamarack just whispered to you. Sorry again. Because we covered our ears when she first yelled. Shouting. Not nice of the ears. Oh, it's 5 a.m. Oh, shit. Sorry, webcam. I hit the desk. Did not mean to do that. I was gonna say, it's 5 a.m. We turn the light off. Because sun usually comes out this time. Oh shit, I left the light on in the kitchen. Oopsies. I was so foolish. If you guys don't mind, I've gotta go do something in the kitchen. But it's not something I need to take my mic off for. I just don't want my dad to be mad at me. Just gonna put my knitting bag under my chair. As best as I can, I guess. I just need to go move some dog stuff into the kitchen. Because I was told to do that and just haven't done it. Usually the dog stuff stays in the hallway, but we have people come over. So it's all looking nice. And somewhat organised. And then I'm gonna end the video, and I'm like, because I need to go back to bed. It's a trouble with streaming. You've gotta stay hydrated. But you have to stay hydrated no matter what anyway. But the only downside is of hydrating yourself, you have to go to the bathroom a lot. I don't like hydrating myself that often. I didn't really hydrate myself when I was in high school. To avoid having to go to the bathroom during class. And if I did ask to go to the bathroom in class, it wasn't because I needed the bathroom, but to get out of class. For a breather. Or because I felt really sick. Oh, there was this time in maths. Year 8 maths. Where I fell asleep. We were grading test papers. I fell asleep. And I got woken up just before the teacher got to the desk. Because I was sat up, sleeping. And I apparently looked really ill. Got sent to the nurse's office, I guess. It wasn't really the nurse's office. But I can't really remember what it's called. I was told to just sit there and sip some water. Which I did. And then I got sent home because I looked sick. And then I proceeded to sleep for the rest of the school day. At home. Woke up when school was abandoned. I got sent home a lot. For no reason. Other than I looked ill. Or I felt ill. But it also meant that I showed, during COVID, when it was more we could return to school, I slept in once. I was like, I wasn't well, I'll still be coming in, I'll just be a bit late. Or sometimes I'd have to go to my neighbours if I got out the house late. But it was a few minutes before the gates closed. I get them to drive me, they were home. So yeah, that happened. And I'm going to just be back in a moment. I promise. It also means I can find out if my dad's still sneezing. Which is another reason why I go upstairs so often. Because I gotta see if he's sneezing. If he's sneezing, then he might still bathroom before I can. Or dogs. You guys might end up hearing the dogs at some point. Because they have to come to the living room. So, outside. But I'll stop rambling. I won't actually have my phone with me, so I won't be able to see if anyone shows up in chat. So I will let you guys enjoy the music. Whoopsies. I broke my blind. And then I had to go fix it. And then I discovered there was a spider behind my middle blind. And then I kind of freaked out a bit. And then the spider kind of fell onto the floor behind my bed. The other blind's fine. I've got 2 broken blinds now. Yay! Fortunately, blinds are easy to fix. If you know what you're doing, you can just shimmy. Which I just about figured out. Right, back to this. Mother held the door open for you and Tamarack to trot by. Then she followed you out. Your first day of school was over. You took the same exact path you had come in by, just going the opposite way. Downstairs, through the checkered hall, and out the big double doors in the front. But when you were outside, the way home changed. You had to go through an almost empty parking lot, outside of the school building. Mother had brought the car to come get you. Wispy clouds hung over your group of 3. Nobody else was out. They had already gone home, or were probably teachers still in the classroom. Tamarack ran freely across the tarmac. It was easy to figure out which car to go to, when nobody else was parked anywhere close by. Your mother You and your mother strolled side by side until you rejoined Tamarack by the vehicle. When she unlocked it, Mother opened the back door. You were too little to stand in the front according to her. That meant Tamarack would be too small. You were way taller than her. But you found out that Tamarack didn't want to sit there. She liked the middle. It was funny how round and weird it was. She also liked being able to see up to the front easily. While you were both buckled in, Mother got into the driver's seat. Tamarack told you about how she poked her Omi or Opa from that spot all the time, even though neither of them were in the car. She was happy to choose the middle anyway. You like the window seats. After Mother double-checked everyone had their seatbelt on, she pulled out the school lock. You jiggled in the firm cushions because of the vibrations of the car. The seatbelt wasn't just good for crashes, it could also stop you from slipping out of your seat on the bumpy roads. So, we're tall as a child, but we're also pretty short, that we can barely see out past the chair, and can just about see the bottom of the window. Meaning that technically, Tamarack's shorter than us, because we did pick the tall one. It was quiet, beside the humming sound that also came from the way the car moved. They both looked different from the back seat of a car. All the a blur of golds, browns, and reds flitted out of the corner of your eye. From what you could see ahead, there was an endless stream of blue coming at you. And then it slowed down. You could see individual trees in each of their branches, and the leaves that hadn't fallen yet. And the sky seemed more solid. Your neighborhood was already in reach. It had been a whole journey in the morning, walking with Autumn and Tamarack. That trip took a few minutes, driving with Mother and Tamarack again. Mother parked at the end of the road, right in front of your house. There wasn't a garage to use, but that didn't matter since if you parked on the street, you couldn't block the path if it didn't go anywhere else. You, her, and Tamarack stood up and got around together. I got up and stood around together on the sidewalk. Thanks for driving, Callie's mother. You can come to my house now. A lot had happened since she talked about that in the classroom. Tamarack still hadn't forgotten about the plan she made. A visit to the I think it's Bourbon household. Am I invited too? That's right. Your mother hadn't been there when Tamarack had came up with what do you do after school. It was funny seeing Mother ask permission to go over somebody's place. She was the person who was supposed to decide if it was okay to do something or not. But your mother was nice. Yeah, thank you. I've been hoping to meet the rest of our neighbours, but I waited for Callie to be here before making the rounds. Lead the way, Tamarack. Tamarack would have tried to do that, even if Mother didn't ask her to. The now leader spun around to change direction and marched down the sidewalk to the big grey house next to yours. You and Mother walked. Your mother went along after Tamarack. As Tamarack got close, her pace got faster. The steady strut turned into a speedy skip by the time she reached the porch. She was eager to get home, or she wanted to make sure she arrived there first. Tamarack smacked the doorbell and held it all the way down with her whole hand. It wasn't the kind of doorbell you had to press over and over to get it to work. As long as she pushed it in, a deep chime rang through the walls. Ding dong, on and on. Tamarack squeezed the doorbell under her tiny hand. it wasn't going to stop. Your mother acted like the parent she was and spoke down to the other kids here in a reassuring voice. I think it's okay, you can let go. Mother understood appropriate behavior in the grown-up world better than any elementary schooler could, and it wasn't it. But the suggestion was the same knowing reassurance right back. No, it's okay. Well, if Omi is asleep, we'd be trapped outside forever. Jamrak wasn't an adult, but it was her house. She knew the rules, and all for all you knew, she might have gone to make up the rules herself. Maybe, but while your mother softly tried to urge Tamarack to free the crushed button, the bell kept going, and the door opened. You realized that it happened before your eyes could. It had gone blasted with the perfume you smell so fast. Like a human-sized spray of air freshener went off. The person who answered the non-stop call of the bell was a lady with long pale blonde hair going almost all the way down her back. Her nose was tiny. It must have been how she lived with the smelliness. She was smiling gently. Just about every part of her looked flowy and delicate. Only one thing was different. Her necklace. That was big and gold and seemed pretty heavy. Maybe she needed an anchor to stop herself from blowing away in the wind. I'm here. Welcome back, young lady. Mine, you brought guests. Hello. Tamara finally slipped her hand off the bag. She needed it to wave. Hi, Omi. Sorry, I needed to hide her again. Hello, good to meet you. I'm Opal. This is my child, Callie. The two of us recently moved in. We only arrived yesterday. Voice, which was another fragile thing about her, strained in a high-pitched exclamation. I thought it was you. I heard you were coming, after all. That's why I swept the porch and left the welcome mat. Oh, that was you? I appreciate the gesture. Yes. It was my little way of bringing the new neighbors into our quiet street. You had known the mat was out of place from the worn house. Another mystery was solved. This time the culprit was the Tamarack family. Was the Tamarack's family member rather than Tamarack herself. Miss Bellman chatted on like leaving people unexpected stuff was nothing normal. My name is Dorothy. Tamarack is my only granddaughter and her father is my only son. And I do have a husband, Ernest. He's still alive, but I ought to introduce him to you myself. Lord knows he won't do it on his own. She pressed her hand to the top of her forehead, craning back. The dangles on her necklace clinked against each other. Miss Bowman acted very tired. And it probably was an act. You had to think so. Then she sounded amused. It was like having a hard time how she had a good time. If you see a crotchety old man wandering about, that's him. Don't you worry, he's not mean, even if he looks it. Just remember, Mr. Bowman is more afraid of you than you are of him. It's good to meet the both of you, Opal and Callie. Last part of her introduction wasn't for your mother. It was just towards you. You can call me Granny. Omi is German. That's right. Did Tamarack tell you, or were you already familiar? I already knew. You are such a bright child. What do you think of calling me Granny too? You sat up at her blankly. Oh, alright. You can call me Tamarack's Granny then. I can't have you saying I miss Bowman. That's no fun at all. Okay. Hey, Omi. Tamarack cut into the conversation with a sharp grin, and her brows tight. She flapped one of her too long sleeves to draw even more attention. Callie is my best friend! That announcement caught everyone off guard. Caught everyone by surprise, including you, the person who was about. Miss Bowman's eyes got way bigger than you thought they could, with how they looked normally. I didn't know that. When did you make a best friend? Yesterday, she said, so chuckling, like her granny was silly for not being able to figure that out. Tamarack really thought you were her best friend? Tamarack was so nice. Didn't know what to do, though you did notice the way your mother was watching the matching happy expressions on Tamarack and your faces. Miss Bowman was enthused as her granddaughter and her best friend. Oh, please come inside, I insist. We need to get acquainted. No one had ever insisted you to see their house before. Unless that's what Tamarack said at school counted. You guess that's why Tamarack was that confident about saying you could come over, and why she told you to do instead of us. Her granny had the same attitude about people visiting. That would be lovely. Miss Bowman went deeper into her home, footsteps already echoing in the closed-off space. Tamarack bounded after her. Let's go, Callie. You and Mother were following behind Tamarack again. But this time it was her grandmother who got to lead everyone. Mother shut the door after herself. The cold wasn't invited. It didn't only smell like old people inside. The air was stiff like it had gone old too. The staircase upstairs went a narrow hallway went deeper inside. Huge flowers patterned the paper, plastered over the walls, when you could see the walls anyway. This is actually kind of cool house. You can see the dining area, I assume that's the living area as well. The kitchen, and then I don't know what's behind there, maybe a conservatory? That leads out to the back garden. Then I don't know what that other door is. Maybe it leads to the conservatory or something like that. Quite interesting. The hallway was crowded with shelves and tables, and those things were crowded with more things. It was some sort of walk-through museum with all the fancy pieces to see. It also reminded you of a storage closet that was stuffed with things you have nowhere else to put. So maybe a closet in a museum? No, you didn't know any museum or closet that had colourful candles sitting in a worn silver dish, the way this house did. There were two kinds of bright see-through hard candies in a see-through plastic wrappers, and a pale taffy that you can see through, that was twisted in waxy paper. Mother passed you by, not even looking at the candy bowl. The side table it sat on was much closer to your height than hers, and it was right in front of your face. You didn't want any either. Candy wasn't good. You kept walking behind your mother. Tamarack's granny showed the way down the hallway, and through a big opening in the wall. That was the living room. Or not. When Miss Bowman crossed the rug that was also flowered, and sat down on a smooth green chair. She didn't call it that. This is the drawing room. I come here and sit on my throne to entertain our guests. You can take a seat, but do be careful. These are antiques. Yeah, I did read that. Tamarack just hovered around the table. Hearing adult talk was one thing, but sitting around and doing nothing whilst listening to it was asking for too much. He didn't want to even try to sitting after hearing that. It was too much pressure. Instead, you stood on the hardwood floor. Your shoes might be dirty, so you didn't decide not to walk on the rug either. Your mother settled into a couch cushion, leaning against the armrest to get even cozier. You and Miss Bowman were the only ones taking in the antique seriously. Miss Bowman didn't say anything over that, though she did go on to say many other things. Two ladies talked about each other and their kid and grandkid. Tamarack's grandma was retired, he found out. Her husband was supposed to be, he said with a strong opinion on that matter. Miss Bowman explained how her mother was constantly taking on temporary consulting jobs. And if not for that, he would be taking out for dinner or lunch or something else so people could pick his brain for advice casually, even if he couldn't be an actual employee. He had no idea why anyone would say picking brains. It sounded so gross. It was because of that you started paying attention to what was shared between grown-ups more closely. Miss Bowman and Mother was still talking. It's as if these people think half the town will fall apart without him. Oh, he was in construction work, remodeling, refurbishing, repairs. I see. Very apt comparison then. They both laughed, though Mother's polite chuckle didn't compare to Miss Bowman's hearty cackle. Now, it's true, but there's always something or another going wrong somewhere. Golden Grove isn't as young as it used to be, but there's only so much he can do when he's aged as those derelict buildings themselves. The opening and slamming of the door followed her declaration. For a second, everyone stopped. Did Miss Bowman's description insult the house itself? No. A few steps came after the bang, and then a man you'd never seen passed by the opening in the hall. Opa! One hand gripped the armrest, and the other swinging out towards your mother. Miss Bowman lifted herself off the swally bound cushion. That's him right now. Miss Bowman abruptly called out as if she caught sight of a rare animal in the streets and needed the rest of the team to be over there while they still had the chance. Though that wasn't right. Yelling would only scare away the peaceful animal. Instead, maybe she was trying to catch a shooting stab before it disappeared for good. Except that won't work either, because Miss Bowman was still able to make the meteor still. Mr. Bowman stood suspended in space, silently staring through the wall hole into the drawing room. Taramax Opa was very grey. His full suit, his dull shoes, his short hair. What mysterious his eyes were. They might have been grey too. Maybe you were tricked by all the other greyness and they were actually blue. Yeah, they look blue to me. He pushed his hat higher up on his forehead with his large hand, slow and steady. Afternoon? Franka's voice cemented an impression that had started to build within you. It was a low grumbling noise. The tone sounded the way his scratchy beard and bushy eyebrows must have felt. Sturdy old man Carl Ruff was basically a stone statue that had come to life somehow. It was a total opposite of Miss Bowman. Hi, Alpha. This is Kelly and their mother. The other people in the other house. The neighbors. He doesn't seem too happy about that. Mr. Bowman mumbled briefly in response, and his eyes shifted away from the seating area. He wasn't talking about the news, but he got the impression he was thinking about it. Good day. Cloud and Dog to you too. Fine, go hide in your cave. We'll be here. You decided to join us after all. Miss Bowman showed her surrender and creakily lowered herself into the chair again. Dinner will be ready in a couple hours. You at least can't miss that. Mr. Bowman made his escape without looking back. Probably could miss that if he tried. Where were we? I remember. Tamarack's grandpa only said a few real words. You could count them on one hand. Her granny had to have said 100,000 more than that, and still had more to go. But your mother was talking too, and you could tell she wasn't ready to be done. She had her listening face on, and how soon can I get this to stop? And not her, how soon can I get this to stop expression. You just stood around quietly. For the first time in ages, Mother looked at you instead of one of the three Bowmans. She hadn't forgotten you were there too. Oh, Callie, are you fine staying longer? There's a couple of things I'd like to discuss with Miss Bowman while I can. As little of an impact you had on the adults, Miss Tamarack still did enough to distract them all. Since her grandpa left, she had been staring at the window and doing a thing where she bumped her bag around. She used her hip and stuff about this time. With the way Miss Bowman daintily placed her hands in her lap, she really did look like a queen on her throne. You had to wonder, was she a kind queen or an evil queen? Finally, we let the two young friends play in the backyard while us old folks stay here to talk. You wouldn't go far, would you, Tamarack and Callie? We'd come get you when it's time to leave. Would that be acceptable, Opal? It was weird having somebody call Mother by her name. But even if it was her name, she was Mother. That would be great. Excellent suggestion. Tamarack's back stopped jingling. That was the reason you heard her intent whisper. Come on, Callie. Neither of you had officially been given permission to leave before she zoomed out of the room, around the corner, in the same direction her Oppo vanished to. He hadn't been the one who wanted to get away. Don't run in the hall, please! Knowing well that wasn't a warning that was going to change, Miss Bowman sighed in resignation. Fine, no one listens to a word I say. Well, you hadn't moved an inch. Mother gave you the coaxing you needed. It's alright, you should play too. I'll see you soon. You went after Tamarack, stepping carefully to the unfamiliar house. Oh, the music came again. When did that happen? But the walls weren't anything in your way. The furniture and knickknacks were all pushed up against the walls. The only place that was clear of clutter was the center of the hall. Past the living room were the doors to the unknown places and another hole in the wall that went off to the kitchen. You spotted Tamarack at the very end of the house. She yanked open the back door and bounded through it. She left it wide open, a portal of light and gold inviting you through the dark. When you had come to stand at the edge, you found out Tamarack had waited for you to catch up at the bottom of a couple of uneven wooden steps. They were bent inward, like after being pressed down so many times, they stayed sunk. It was your turn to leave a mark on that impression. One step, then another, and both of you were outside. Invisible ribbons of perfume knotted off your clothes, unable to devour the fresh, freezing air. Just like Autumn's backyard, Tamarack's house had no fence around it. There was no way to tell when the yard stopped and the forest began. It was even more impossible to see where the forest ended. might go on forever. That was all the same for the two places though. Instead of Autumn's secret hideout, there was a fancy table with two chairs that looked like they were Tamarack's grandparents. Oh, that looked like it was their Tamarack's grandparents. And hanging from a thick branch was a rope-tied swing. A rope-strung tire swing. That was part of the place. It had to be for their granddaughter. Woohoo! Tamarack's hollow cry for freedom and skipped down the small stone path, never touching the blade of grass. She hefted the messenger bag over her shoulder, chucked it with a thunk, and flung herself through the hole of the tire. All you could see of Tamarack were her little legs kicking up in the air and her arms spread, with past the width of the tire, so she was floating. The tire slowly twisted on its rope until it brought her eager face round. "Hi, Callie!" He grinned at her and went over. Tamarack's upright legs snapped down as she plunged the tip of her boots into the soft earth below. It was supposed to stop the tire from doing another swing, so she didn't stop it all the way. The turning swing twisted her to the side. Tamarack held firm, jerking futilely in the tire to center it again. But none of them meant she can keep talking to you. She rapidly explained how it all came to be. "Only an Opa got this for me. They're too old to use a tire swing." "You and Autumn have the best backyards." "Thanks." The priest puffed her up proudly. If she got much bigger, she might not fit in the tire. But then she wiggled her body and dug her shoes even harder trying to get out. "Let's play something else." There's another page. But before she could, you started to push the tire. You grabbed the tire, walked back to pull it high. Then you dove out the way. She screeched giddy when you let go, and her legs went up again. There was no reason to stop the swing from going somewhere else. You chased the tire to keep pushing it, so you never stopped seeing her face no matter how it moved. The two of you giggled as Tamarack swung back and forth. The excitement of the swing eventually settled. You breathed in through your nose. The air stung just a little, but it was mostly nice. Tamarack wasn't talking or laughing or squealing like she normally was, and the two of you were alone, together. That also didn't happen a lot. If you wanted, you could ask her something you'd been wondering about. You decided not to. Then Tamarack wiggled again. She plopped out the backside and landed in the grass on her butt. The Tamarack immediately sprung to her feet and began to move further away from the swing. Something was happening, or was about to happen. Run off the path to go after her. She pressed her fists into her hips and spoke without turning around. Tamarack's hair fluttered animatedly with each word, because she nodded while stalking. That made it look like a fluffy gold sheep was the one saying it. "We better start soon. It's gonna get dark." "Start what?" "Find some good stuff. There's a lot out here, you know." She reached down to collect her big bag, hooking it around her shoulder like normal. That's when she turned around, and you were faced with Tamara herself instead of the sparkly lamb side of her. "We have been to this place before. Not this town. I only came here when I moved yesterday." So we could name an actual place. Make up a place. Hmm. The Lincoln one. Meaningful. It's a winter place. Really, that's amazing. And we're the same again. I haven't been here a long time either. But I've learned a lot already. About outside and everything. All the forests in the world are different. And some places don't have forests. This one is great because there's mushrooms and rose hips and acorns and great rocks and more. I can show you some good spots to find things since you're newer to this forest than me. Alright. Together, you and Tamara went on a treasure hunt at the edge of the forest. She showed the way and explained what to look for and where. In bushes at the bases of trees, under rocks, and low across hanging branches, around fallen logs, nothing was left unexamined. When Tamarack found something worth saving, she placed it on the widest, flattest stone in the path. That was to keep her fingers free from doing more collecting. When you discovered something you wanted to take with you, you placed it on the table instead. The violence grew rapidly as the two of you dashed back and forth from the clearing near the house in the wilderness a few feet away. Just like in class, Tamarack was fully focused and squinting hard. She only ever stopped to snooping to rub her tattered sleeve and into her eyelids and then kept going. Maybe that was getting her eyes with how close she kept getting to the ground. Maybe bits of twigs too, since she wasn't afraid to shove her head into the bush. Leaves did get stuck to her hair, same as the first time you ever seen her. As time passed by, shadows crept over the yard. An obscuring sweater pulled over the body of the earth as it got colder. Like Tamarack's own sweater, it had a few holes here and there that were easier to see through. You and Tamarack were forced to limit your search to those rare spots of sunlight. It wouldn't be possible to keep doing it for much longer. You glanced over at her. Tamarack crouched in the grass encircled by darkness and trees. She shone under a stream of pale evening sunlight. A few strong rays hit her back, giving the illusion of golden fairy wings. Seeing her there made so much more sense when you saw her in school, or her grandparents' antique house. That was what was natural to Tamarack, being in nature. Even her name was some kind of tree. And Tamarack officially ended. That was the end of her hunt. The day was reaching its end too. That was probably the only reason she was stopping. Thanks to Tamarack, your treasure pile turned out to be as big as buried as hers. All that was left to do was gather it up. That was easier to think than do. You struggled to get each one small, round valuables in your grasp. Tamara couldn't scoop everything in her hands at one time. Pebbles and rose hips rolled from her grasp and stepped onto the stone. I'm gonna Google rose hip. I've never heard of it. Oh, it's some kind of fruit. It's a fruit of a plant, specifically. It's seed-filled bulbs. I've seen a bunch of them, but yeah, these here, roast cows. That was enough for an impatient kid. Tamarack rushed over to show you what she managed to find and carry. This is what I got. She nudged her hand to the two full bursting with wonderful things even nearer. An acorn dropped to the ground. Here, take whatever you want. But that's yours. I already have a lot of that. I know. You have your own for yourself. You can take part of mine. So you also have things to give away. Or maybe you want to share what you got and keep the ones I give you. Something like that. You can share with your mother, or my Omi and Opa, or anyone. That's the most fun part. Oh! That was the answer to a puzzle you hadn't realized you were confused by. Tamarack said she went out of the woods all the time. She must have found enough things to fill her grandparents' entire house. Her granny would definitely not like that. She would need to tell him room for her own clutter. But that was never a problem. Tamarack didn't hold on to the collection herself. She spread it out to everyone. I'll take some of yours, but only if you take some of mine too. The exchange couldn't be done smoothly. Neither of you had free hands to pass or pick up the presents. Tamarack settled for dumping a pile of stuff over the stuff already in your hand. Then you shook off some findings in your left hand into her palms, or right hand. When you finished the trade, when the trade finished, you had almost the same amount of goods, but didn't feel the same. You knew that in one hand you held treasures that you found with your own efforts, and in the other hand were gifts from your friend. Both were important for different reasons. Still grasping the loose collection of forest vines, Tamarack marched off to the side, out of her backyard and into yours. You went after her furiously. I'm going to Autumn's house. He's gonna be surprised. You kept going, but more nervous now. You and Tamarack crunched through the long grass and a million leaves. The sidewalk in front of the house was a big half circle, and the back of them was curved like that too. When you got to the front, when you got more around the bend, you could see your whole entire yard. It was empty and grown wild. There was no fort or tower swing, no table with chairs, not even one little lantern with a burnt-out bulb. So this is our yard. Interesting. If you faced away from the house, you'd think you're in the heart of the woods. That was incredible. It was huge and open, and you could do anything you wanted because it was yours. At the end of the other field, Orm's fort could be seen towering in the distance. It encouraged Tamarack to shovel ahead faster. The quicker steps jiggled in her hands. That caused a few more pieces of collection to rain down around her. Since they all came outside anyway, that wasn't littering. The structure wasn't the only sign that you were almost there. It was her destination. Tamara went straight to the hideout. There she arranged the collection in a new pile at the base of the climbing tower. Tamara poked through the heap, pinching an 8 corner in the rose there, tucking each into her bowl without taking her eyes off the work. It took you a second to be sure, but she was gathering the things you gave her. She had good memory if she could remember what those looked like, though what probably was happening she guessed what came from you by choosing, and she didn't find herself. When her hands were free, she brushed them together, while her job was done. You left Autumn part of the treasures you found. The presents you left for Autumn were carefully selected. You place your own collection next to Tamarac's. What was left of that stuff got stuffed into your bag for safekeeping. There was nothing left to do then. That's when Tamarack spoke up for the first time since you got into Autumn's yard. Let's go. Autumn's gonna be home for dinner. You could catch us. Or his parents could see us. I've never talked to them. Who knows what they would do? Took her long enough to realize this could be bad. You know, seriously. Alright. You fled the scene of the crime. Or, was it a crime if you leave you things instead of taking their stuff? It didn't matter. You weren't gonna find out. The two of you went back around the bend in a sprint, kicking up the wild leaves behind you. Not you or her looking back. Tamarack got past the stone pathway, like it was the finish line to a race, and crumpled in the grass laughing. But the giggles turned to achy yips when she landed all the way down. Ow, 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 I found rocks in my pocket. She laughed some more and then owed more too, each one taking up their turn. Are you okay? Tamarack rolled off her side cell on her tummy. She squished her big cheeks against her fists, and she kicked her feet in the air. The rubber boots flopped around her feet. She looked up at you. Her smile puffed at the sides like she did a lot. It was an invitation to join her below. You did, sitting carefully on the cool lawn in front of her. Autumn cleaned up the trash. Now he's gonna get a surprise from the forest. Thanks to us. Tamarack had enough excitement for 2 kids. Callie, out of all the friends I have here, you're the best one. It still surprised you that she said that. You heard it before a long time ago, when you first came to our house. If she was gonna say it again, you figured it would have happened before. But she wanted to do it then. She kept going. Getting to the same neighborhood, almost at the same time, at the same age. I'm a girl, and you are sometimes. I know about a kid who was just like me. That's important. That's serious. Tamarack started shouting and sucked in the loudness with her breath, and what came out next was low. You had to really listen to know. You and me are gonna be friends forever. Those were some words. Those words were something more than a regular promise, more than a pinky promise too. It was a swear. We're gonna do a quick save, so we haven't done that in a while. Ooh, dawn's starting to come up. Not the bad kind of swear though. Page 2. I wasn't sure about going that far, but it was nice she liked you. The swing, the searching, the secret trip to Autumn's house, each were complete, and at that point, you're pretty sure Or Tamarac's final plan was to stay right there till the grass grew around her. It was that moment when a door creaked open, and two smiling faces looked over the yard. The mother and Tamarac's grandmother came to get you. It was hard to imagine they spent that whole time sitting in the living room. Hi, Callie. Sorry to interrupt, but we've got to get going. Aw. Hi, Callie. I'm gonna stay outside. Sending a smile to your mother, you pushed yourself to your feet. Hi, Tamarack. Miss Bowman didn't even question Tamarack remaining laid out in the grass. She left her granddaughter there and guided the guests through the back door and up to the front one. Why you couldn't have gone around the house instead of through it? It was too late to tell them that, because it was done when you realized it. Miss Bowman stopped at the entryway, opening the door and fitting herself into a rare opening between the furniture to clear a path. Her mother kept going past her nice and orderly. On the porch, Mother halted and turned. Laura's desk had moved to stand in the doorway, so they were face to face. It was good to meet you two. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other often. Good day. Goedendag to you too. And goedenavond. Of course. Goodbye and thanks for the talk. Miss Bowman nodded kindly and slowly pressed the door forward. Mother waved until she was doing it to the plank of wood. The door was shut. Then she let her hand drop and talked to you. Busy day, huh? But that was good. The words went high, a sound of relief instead of low, which would have been real contentment. Instead of something good happening, it was more like you'd avoid something bad happening. But that was still good, but in a different way, if there was nothing been at stake. Time to go. So before you left the Bowman porch, something made you stop in the cul-de-sac. There was a stranger strolling into the cul-de-sac. Oh my god. Except before you left the Bowman porch, something made you stop in your tracks. There was a stranger strolling into the cul-de-sac, rolling a bike with them. It was almost as long as the person was tall. The sight had a totally different impact on your mother. It pulled her forward. Oh, it's Mr. Lim. Mr. Lim, like Mr. Q-I-U-L-I-M. That was Autumn's dad, probably. Could be an uncle, or way older sibling. He wore a pale green sporty jacket, and also nice black dress pants. His hair was super neat, but styled in a fun way that most grown-ups don't have. The kind that introduced him to you without needing to say a word. Mr. Lin, or whoever he was a real professional, but not strict at all about it. Though wait, why did your mother already know that? How do you know him? Well, we've told about him many times, and you know Autumn. That's his father. Okay. Autumn's dad it was. That didn't answer your real question, though. You racked your brain for past conversations your mother was talking about. Nothing came up. Yeah, I know Autumn, but I've never heard anything about his dad. Confusion screwed up her face. She was convinced you knew as much as you were sure that you didn't. Wait, that's right. She suddenly laughed and pressed a hand into her cheek. I never called him by his name to you. It's the real estate person who helped us find our house. Oh. Memories of your mother pacing around your old apartment, getting excited whenever the real estate agent would call the news, played behind your eyes. That was Autumn's dad, on the other line the whole time. I've seen his picture. He has a website. We've chatted over the phone. Yesterday was the first time we met in person. That's where I was waiting to get our keys from. We'd arrived extra early, and he couldn't take a break from some other appointments until the evening. You glanced away from your own parent to Autumn's. It was easy to see how the two were related. They both looked really pleased with themselves, and the whole world, even when nothing was happening. Autumn was definitely the cooler of the two, though. When you turned back to Mother, she had a huge, encouraging smile on her face. Let's see him over there. It would be hard to move a bike for him to come to us. Mother's attention was split between gesturing for Miss Dawn to stop and getting me to go with her. One of her hands went up, the other went down. Hello! Autumn's dad reined in the moving bike and stood in place, next to waved. Hello, Miss Wolf. What a coincidence running into you out here. Good to see you again. It's nice to see you too. This is my child, Callie. So they're the one. Hi, Callie. Your real estate agent folded his arms and tilted his head down. The hair in front of his face fell, away letting you see him clearly. This is a big moment. I can finally introduce myself. After hearing so much about you. From your mother, of course. From your mother. Of course. But Autumn had his own tribulations. It feels like meeting a celebrity in person. Oh yeah, Autumn told you about himself. He had talked to his parents about what happened yesterday. Mr. Lin knew things about you from two different people. You're really nice, he giggled. He chuckled warmly along with you. The edges of Mother's mouth curled playfully. Mr. Lin happened to bring up Autumn's enthusiastic note-taking habit, and how those papers turned up again everywhere. He's an industrious boy. A realization came to you in a flash. That's how she knew the message wasn't anything weird. He showed her the paper airplane. She had been getting insider info. But then Mr. Lin adjusted his glasses in the topic of conversation. Welcome officially to the neighborhood. I wanted to come by and see how you were settling in. I wasn't sure when would be a good time. I hope to catch you both. Hope to catch both of you. There's an unfamiliar car on the road. I'm guessing that's yours. But the house is dark. Neither of you look to be around. Yes, that's ours. I'm sorry you missed us. We were me and the neighbors to the right. Tamara kindly invited Callie and me into our home. Dorothy and we had a talk, and we briefly saw Ernest passing by. Don't apologize. That's perfect. If you get a chance to visit the Bowman house, I'd say take it. And now you can come meet the other neighbors. Well, one other. You're already well acquainted with Autumn. We've said her hellos. Do you have time to swing by? Personally, I'd love to introduce myself to Miss Lin. She was really only answering for herself. Your mother asked you for your thoughts before deciding on another meet and greet. Can we see Autumn's mom, Callie? Okay. Thank you. We can stop by now. That's great. Give me just a minute. Mr. Lin patted the handle of the bike, bringing attention to it. That was something he needed to deal with. He coaxed the wheels to move with an expert hand. He got across the road, up the curb, over the grass, and on to Autumn and also his entryway. Mother gradually made the same trip. She kept a lot of distance between her and the real estate man, not wanting to risk even the slim chance of getting in the way. Went along with Mother's pace and you stayed together. Mr. Lin rapped his knuckles on the white door of the red house. He busied himself during the wait by tapping the bike handle instead, humming a soft tune. Someone, though it was probably Autumn's mom, opened it halfway to attend to a guest. The door was thrown open all the way the second the person realized she was there. Hello, honey. Did you lose your key? With an unapologetic laugh, Mr. Lin stretched past the bike's front wheel to greet his wife by kissing her cheek. No, I wanted you to come over. I figured this would be the quickest way. Our new neighbors are here. Miss Lin peered further on, and there were neighbors, you and Mother. Still staring ahead, Miss Lin stepped forwards, just in time to bump into her husband. He had made a move to get to the fenced area on the porch. Miss Lin gasped and the bike shuddered in her. Miss Lin hastily grabbed the seat cushion to steady it. She leaned into it right for her next attempt for it to pass. Oh, she leaned to the right for her next attempt to pass. Started Mr. Lin. Miss Lin sewed on pressing his back to the little wall by the door, while holding up the bike against himself. Miss Lin finally managed to shuffle by and reach the sidewalk, but not before muttering bashfully. Sorry, sweetheart. It's no trouble, go on. Miss Lin let out a breath to recompose her normal self after the unintentional dance with her husband and her husband's bike. Her clothes were light blue, her hair was blue too. Way, way darker though. Whenever she lifted her legs to walk, the crease in her dress moved like flower petals in the breeze. There was something so peaceful about it. Even her voice drifted along gently. I miss it. Lynn, if you're the new neighbors, you must be Miss Opal and Kelly Wolf. Is this true? Sorry. I'm doing another translating. Oh, I miss ye, Lynn. That's cool. Yes, precisely. Mother reached forward, offering a shake. Miss Lynn grasped your mother's hand with one of her own, and covered the top of it with her other hand. The two didn't exactly shake. Really, they squeezed each other for a second. They were hugging, but with hands. After Miss Lynn carefully unwrapped her fingers from Mother, her gaze drifted downwards. Miss Lynn curled into a blueberry ball, bringing her chin to her knees. The edge of her spotless dress brushed the grass, but it brought her to eye level with you. Hi! She held up her hand for you to take. It too. You never would have guessed that was going to happen. Most adults didn't act like you were grown up, or that kids could be treated the same way as a grown up was. You held onto her hand. Like Mother before, she embraced you with both hands and held on tight. Only for a couple of seconds, though. It is nice to meet you, Callie. Then she pushed off the ground to stand perfectly straight in one fluid motion. You'd seen much like Autumn and his dad were alike, because of their matching confidence. It was the same thing with his mom, except you needed a little imagination to make the connection. If Miss Lynn put on a super ultra fast forward, it would look a lot like how Autumn treated people. But now you'd seen everybody who lived on the street, plus some extras. All the other kids were about your age, or 2 or 3 older. For adults, it was a lot trickier to put together ages, except Tamarak's grandparents. They were absolutely the most old. But when it came to non-grandparent grown-ups, the two of them could be 1 year apart or have 10 years difference. With almost no way to tell. 10 years were the length of your entire life. It's impossible to imagine having that much time just being an adult. Your best conclusion that Miss Murray would probably be the youngest grown person. Your mother and Autumn's parents were somewhere in the middle. You wonder how your mother felt finding things out. There were two people around her age, maybe in the neighborhood. Is that a big deal to adults too? Was she gonna make friends with them like you did with Autumn and Tamarack? Could someone her age be friends with people who've been around as long as Miss Bowman and Mr. Bowman, or did that not work? Grandparents were double adults, super adults. Mother acted like they were regular grown-ups, as respectful to them as kids could treat her. But one way or another, Mother was going to have to make a life in Golden Grove alongside these people too. I'm sorry to be the last one of my family who came to me in person. Don't worry about that. Hank had a huge advantage, all things considered. Your mother quirked her lips good-humoredly. Although Autumn also beat you to it, that was a closer race. Oh, a joke teasing one. Mother made an attempt at being less professionally polite. You watched this adult interaction, wondering how it would turn out. It seemed to go pretty well, because Miss Lynn laughed. She was very excited. There had never been another child next door, until now, when two have come at the same time. Well, I hope Callie and I live up to expectations. I'd like to make good impressions on the magnanimous Autumn Lynn. Then the other Mr. Lynn came over and joined the conversation, showing off his now free hands with a shrug. He had gone the bulky bike on the porch jail into porch jail behind the mailbox so he could stop pulling it around for a second. Orm has been out with friends since school ended. We've yet to hear about what happened when he popped by your house this morning. But I'm certain the new neighbor, Miss Opal Wolf, will get a glowing report over dinner. Thank you, I'm usually the one giving performance reviews. Who knew it was so nerve-wracking to be on the receiving end? Oh yes, terrifying. That was the type of humor your mother liked. Dealing with people was her whole job. She could play pretend that was something challenge. You didn't know Autumn's mum well enough to be sure that was also a joke, or she meant it seriously. But you guessed anyway. You sounded actually scared of the idea. Plus, Mr. Lynn went for an earnest answer instead of messing around. He had to know fast. You ladies have nothing to fear. No one's giving you a failing mark. Trust me. I can already openly report that my son is entirely fond of your child. Now that is wonderful news because my Callie is just as attached to your boy. I was right. You and Autumn were already great friends. The final neighbor you met spoke sweetly and on behalf of the entire family. We'll have to give them plenty of time to nurture their friendship. Miss Lynn slipped her arm around Mr. Lynn's. They were unified physically and legally, and in this opinion. I'm glad we're all on the same side here. Yes, that would be awesome and amazing and the very best thing. Now I need to apologize for cutting this introduction so short. We have to get home. There's more unpacking to do before the day's over. I absolutely do want to speak more another time, though. Oh, that's fine. Yes, we can understand completely. I imagine it's a big job getting a new house in order. It always is, even when it hasn't been left to collect dust. Luckily, it looks like most of the furniture already there will be worth keeping after a good scrubbing and polishing. That's so. I thought that would be the case. It was quite the perk of the property. Seems they had good advice picking the location. That just said with a slight smile and a side eye to her husband. Miss Lynn had a streak of charm too. Thanks, honey. Mr. Lynn put a hand on the back of his head and wound the corner of his glasses before leaning forward to laugh. He wanted to make sure nothing fell off. He gasped. But if you need help with any lifting things, you're welcome to let me know. I'll call Yi. She was a gymnast in college and can do more pull-ups than me. Suddenly, Miss Lynn's dark eyes went saucer-wide. She couldn't get them back to normal size, so Miss Lynn slammed shut instead. There wasn't a way to get the rosiness off her cheeks. That was the biggest reaction you'd seen from Autumn's mom so far. She was the one who started the praising. Hong, please. We should both help if needed. Your mother got a chuckle out of the exchange too. There you have it. The Lynns are at your service. Thank you for the offer. Thank you for coming, Opal and Callie. You're both welcome over at any time. Goodbye. Good evening. Good Abend. I'm Mr. and Mrs. Lynn. With a come-along gesture angled your way, another turned to leave. The two of you followed the sidewalk around to the center of the street. From there you stared up at the towering building from under the long shadow cast. After walking down the road into town, attending school, visiting the neighbors, this was where you were returning at the end of a long day. The thought struck your heart as much as your brain. You're going to be seeing that view for a long time. No matter how unfamiliar each sight, each sound, and each person in Golden Grove was, then one day it was going to be normal. That was exciting to picture. You could be like Autumn, someone who knew the ins and outs of everything. Someone who actually had memories and bonds with the place they lived in. As if the world or your mother was trying to prove this was going to be a regular thing for you. Mother didn't pause breathlessly at the welcome mat like she did the day before. She just took out the same black spiral keychain that she always used and picked one of the keys off to unlock the door. Mother put that house key on the coil. Guess so. Then she went in, no doubting you'd do the same. You did. She hit the lights. For all your musing about normalness and regularity when you glanced around the living room, it was a bit too familiar. You had been at school for hours, seen and done so much, while your mother was supposed to meet there unpacking. So why did it always look the same? Almost exactly. The stuff you slept on had been put away. Still, there was the same amount of boxes piled unevenly in the corner, the same drapes, the same sheets draped over the furniture. The dust you wiped down the night before was the only hint you hadn't been transported back in time to when you first saw the place. Okay, Mother, what were you doing this whole time? You questioned seriously. Now that is a good question. A sing-song cadence carried her leading words. It wasn't in the living room I spent the afternoon making livable. And that wasn't it. Can you guess what is? The bathroom. No, not that. Much better. Your new room is ready for you. It's clean, dust-free, and I've filled some of the shelves. All you need to do is put out your bedding, make sure I didn't miss any of your things, and enjoy. Oh. You weren't going to be able to put it off. You'd have to face where you'd be stuck in this place. But she didn't blame Mother. She was trying to be nice. Lack of excitement was clear on your face. You weren't jumping down for joy or anything. Your mother smiled encouragingly, trying one more time to frame it as a good thing. Go check it out. I'll be in my own room. I've gone a couple of hours of work into dressing that up, but it's not quite ready yet. Mother's pair of crumbly eyes wandered around, taking in the current state of the first floor. Ideally, neither of us will have to sleep in that living room tonight. Okay, Mother. Your mother kept walking upstairs. In the hall, your paths parted ways. Your room was the closest to the stairs. The master bedroom was the farthest away. The room in between those remained a mystery. You never lived in a house with extra space before. The apartments from before barely fit two of you. Anything was possible now. Grasping the cornell handle, you pressed down. The knob twisted until it was pointing straight to the floor, and it was kind of stuck. You had to give the door a real push to get it free from the frame. Once it had gone past the initial jam, it moved with ease. Just get some WD-40 on it, you'll be fine. So you watch the tall door swing open, and then step inside. Oh! Another tutorial! How lovely. Hello, you're about to enter the room decorating screen. At the start of every step, except step 4, you'll be able to add personal touches to your bedroom. The older you get, the more control you'll have over your space. As a kid, in step 1, you can choose between the different beddings and some small possession like toys and decorations. The furniture overall arranged, the wallpaper, and so on can't be altered in this step. Choose between options. You select one of the 4 options and choose the others you want to have for that area. After that, go back and you can choose a different area to customize or in the decorating fashion. Hope you enjoy settling in and making the space your own. Okay, let's start with the trunk area. Now let's get rid of the clothes. Dresser and shelves. Hey bud, it's you! Desk area. Music sheets, glowing stars, because they are necessary. Bracelets, books. Bed. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, I like that. Comic books fit to bed. And this is our room. This is so cool. And we even have like things looking down on our bed. Yes, perfect. And done. The room was alright. Maybe it'll grow on you. Maybe you'd hate it in a few days. It had taken until nighttime to get your things just how you wanted them. You stepped into a corner to admire your handiwork. The floor space of the room was bigger than your last one. The ceiling was a lot lower though. It sloped with the roof of the house, and the windows were angled towards the treetops in the sky. You'd never seen a room shaped like that before. It was weird. Then there was a knock and a voice. The tilting roof caught the sounds and directed them straight down to your ears. Callie, can I come in? Yes. The handle jiggled and jerked. The door was resistant to Mother opening it too. She figured it out though, and let herself in. Hello, dear. Not so discreetly, your mother surveyed your efforts at decorating. It looks great in here. You did a great job of unpacking. I pretty much finished myself, but it's late. Let's take a break from that and chat. It's been a long day back and forth. Sure, Mother. Okay, here it goes. We're still not entirely done now. Even now. Mother, all the stars are already glowing. Only even at the moon. One of them's even tiny. You must have fold her folded arms even more, and her mouth pinched too. We should talk about how things will be once I'm back to work. I won't be able to drop you off, pick you up from school most days. I'm sorry. It does seem common for kids to walk or ride bikes to class at least. You had roller skates. You weren't able to ride. You weren't a bike rider. That was another thing Mother had made extra sure to move into the house along with your backpack. She must have known it could come in handy. It'll be all up to you if you'd rather go on Phil or use your roller skates. I'm sure your roller skates will work just as well as a bike. You got to see the way there, and you shouldn't ever be the only one on the path. I'm not scared to do stuff without her, but you like spending time with Mother. You fun to go together at least sometimes. Well, she had her job, and you had different kinds of fun. Except in the inevitable, you nodded. Alright, that's one matter to attend to. Here's part 2. What to do after you make it back from school. You'll be done with your class, so a good few hours before I'm off the clock. Miss Bowman and I were talking while you're outside with Tamara. She offered to keep an eye on you while I'm away. He's retired and insisted there'd be no trouble. That means you can go to Tamarix for the afternoon, or it can be Miss Bowman popping in every now and then to check on you, if you're at home or outside. Playing at home or outside. Tamarix's already a friend, so it's not as if she'd mind being around you regularly. Mother held one finger and kept on with the explanation. Of course, it's not the only choice. We've got options. While I didn't get to officially ask, I bet the Lynns would be equally fine if you wanted to hang out at their place. They're good people. I know Mr. Lynn decently well at this point. Plus, their son would certainly extend the invitation to visit whenever he wants it. He's sociable, and I can even see you're in with him. I can also look into lessons and extracurriculars being offered in town. You could do some instead of staying in the neighborhood. Maybe you wanted to take an instrument or learn to dance. I would be able to come get you from there when it was done. The hand finally came down. That must have been all the possibilities you could think of. Why don't you anyone to look after me? I'm in 5th grade now. It's way better than having nothing to do like before. Didn't think you'd be around anyway, Mom would. But Mother, your day just got way more difficult. You promised inwardly. There were things you concluded. After school just got way more exciting. You think to yourself, trying new stuff out here. I like those ideas. Looks like I don't need to worry. Mother stopped squeezing herself as much then. Still, there's no reason to plan out the rest of our lives tonight. The two of us will figure it out. That was something you had a lot. No matter you went through, your mother never stopped believing you, and her would manage. For a moment, she gazed past you at nothing in particular. Sometimes it felt strange, remembering just how much you were actually there, when all the stuff you had to keep up with stopped, and you just think, maybe your mother felt like that too. She blinked and her eyes fell back on you. Your mother smiled. But our neighbors sound nice. All 6 of them. You had a lot of luck here. Lucky. Yeah. Lucky you couldn't even describe the incredibleness of what moving here brought. No words were needed to understand your thoughts on it. Your face said enough. With a grin, Mother stuck her hands over her jeans. Now, if you don't mind me changing the subject to an entirely different matter, let me just say it's dinner time. As a reward of how much we've done, and because the loaf of bread is out at this point, and also because even if it weren't, I do not want another sandwich, I'm taking the two of us out. I have a local diner as a jam. You hugged her. Then there's nothing else to discuss. Here it is. Wait, you had a huge realization. What about autumn? You kind of owed it to him after everything that happened. And one day you'd known him. Autumn had done multiple things. Looking for the paper airplane with you, walking to school, come to your house in the morning to invite you to walk in the first place, making you a note and stuff. You only got to this town, and it was hardly any good to do any good when you didn't know anything, and almost everything you had was sealed away in a cardboard box. But having someone take you out to dinner was even a bigger deal than that. How many kids could do it? Not many, it costs money. Though, Autumn went over to Darren's house, didn't he? But Miss Murray said he would be home by dinner time. I was right. He swallowed those words hard. Hopefully you weren't going to be bothering him for nothing. He grasped Mother's cotton cardigan. It felt soft and familiar as your old baby blanket. She tilted her head gently, pointed chin downwards. He had her attention. Yes, Callie? We should invite Autumn, don't you think? Oh, interesting. I can't guarantee you get to do this on short notice. However, I am not saying no. Let me see what I can do. That answer was both a relief and a new source of uncertainty. It was easy to get your mother to listen. What happened next would be the real test. Your mother hunched over to reach around herself. She was never without her chunky silver cell phone. It had lived in her back pocket for years. The sheen of the paint nearly worn away. On one corner the screen had a snowflake-shaped crack, but it only needed to work, according to her mother anyway. That was probably the same reasoning that made her think this ancient house was any good. Mother managed to get the too-thick phone out of her too-thin pocket. She balanced it in the palm of her hand confidently. With that, nothing could stop her, hopefully. Luckily, I've had Mr. Lynn's number for quite a while now. You shouldn't be surprised by a call from me. I'll check to see if he's free to talk. After a few quick taps, she brought the phone to her ear and waited. Shocking to you and her, Mother got a response in a matter of seconds. Hello, Mr. Lynn. Good evening to you. I'm sorry if this is a bad time. No, everything is completely fine. Then the rapid conversation came to a pause on Mother's end. Her lips pressed together in silence. Nothing for you to do but wait. You could hear what was happening, too. Mother thought that it was bad manners to share phone conversations, unless the person was already expecting. Privacy was priceless, especially when it breaches trusts that a company could get sued. It didn't last long. She was smiling again. Less time it took you to tie your shoes, if you were good at that. That's wonderful. Oh, but the reason I called was that we were curious if Autumn might be able to join us for dinner tonight. I'm taking Callie out to the local diner. It'll be my treat. There was another tiny pause happen, and her grin grew more over the space of it. She even laughed at something. Yes, I can imagine. The parents, and chuckled a couple times more. At least you assumed Mr. Lin was in a good mood. It'd be weird if Mother was amused by him being mad, and then the call wrapped up. Thank you. Alright, goodbye. With a sense of finality, your mother struck her phone into its home in her jeans. What's that? Mr. and Mrs. Lin are apparently entirely used to these kinds of requests. I joke that whenever he gets a call on his phone, there's at least a 50% chance it's actually for Autumn. Why that why he finished the conversation so fast? Maybe it had to do with his job. Either way, Autumn's dad got stuff done. Sorry for Mr. Lin having to lobby so many queries, but it worked out for us. That means Autumn can come along. A dinner with your mother and you. It basically happened every day of your life. A dinner at a diner you had never been to before didn't happen much. But a dinner with Autumn had never happened before. Thank you, Mother, for asking. Thank you for asking, Mother. Of course. Mother smiled at you as all. Mother smiled as you did. We shouldn't keep on waiting. Put your jacket. I'll get my scarf. It'll be chilly out there, and I'm starving. Same for you. Your stomach was a huge empty pit. If you didn't eat soon, it might suck you in. You did everything you could think of before leaving as fast as you could. Then you were braving the unknown in search of sustenance. And your friend. Oh! You're outside at night. That was not the same as walking around during the daytime. The orange-hued street lamps glowed like torches. The formerly orange trees turned in unnatural purple, and the tarmac expanse of the cul-de-sac could easily be perfectly still, endless and deep lake. If you tripped, you could fall in and disappear forever. That kinda sounded like the start of the story. Ideas of what might happen on such perilous adventures were already filling your head. But Mother wouldn't let you play in the dark. You shook off the daydream. Night dream? Would it be a night dream? Would a night dream be a normal dream? Either way, you focused on not being left behind. You and your mother passed through the gate around your yard, and then made your second visit to the pointy red house. Your mother tapped the doorbell a single time. Sound of a speedy ding-dong, and then it was done. Even the Lynn's house got straight to the point. And look, you can even see into I think that's the living room. You were left huddled on the dark porch for less than a minute. The one who answered wasn't Miss Lynn. It wasn't either of the adults. It was Autumn himself, standing in the open doorway. It was all lit up from behind. The cast harsh shadows over his features. Autumn's face was still beaming on its own. Hey! I haven't seen you in forever. You missed the whole best part of the day. Yeah, way too long. Autumn's hand settled on his hips as he leveled an amused glance at you. You hugged him with both arms, and you held him tight. Wow! The satiny fabric of his jacket crinkled resistantly against your squeeze. There's no book in the secret pocket poked your stomach, and the fur encircling his face scratched your nose. But what you noticed most was under all those layers and snags, one was a soft kid. You had your back with a gentle rhythmic movement whilst resting a cheek against your head. You were both quite comfortable there. His gaze lifted high so he could greet your mother too. Thanks for getting me for dinner, Miss Wolf. Thank you for coming on such short notice. That's nothing. I've got lots of time. I can come over whenever. Good to know. And so everybody invited to dinner was there. Together you went to the center of the street again. Mother unlocked her car. Autumn didn't want the middle, the way Tamarack did. He went straight for one of the window seats. You got the other. Rapidly, the car rolled into motion. Tree after street post after tree flew past. You couldn't see anything else. Unfortunately, Mother wasn't sure what she was looking at. She had trouble figuring out where the local diner was. The radio had to stay off. This required utmost focus. That didn't mean it was a silent drive. Autumn sat tall at the edge of his seat, with quick interjections and wild suggestions. He offered best advice on which road to take them and when. Autumn couldn't give directions very well. It was wrong or entirely impossible to understand unless you were within his own head. Mother was patient though. She never gave up. In the end, on the outskirts of Golden Grove, he found the place. Autumn's cheers and footstomps filled the car when he spotted the massive lit-up sign saying, "The Diner Table." Oh, the dinner table. It had to be what you were looking for. Diner was in the name. Oh, yeah. Dinner? Diner? The diner table? I think I got it right the first time. Mother noticed that too. She ran the steering wheel and turned to the parking lot. A weary smile played on her face. The diner table, not the dinner table? Someone didn't get an A on their spelling test. Well, a dumb name, it's great. It's always been named that. Doesn't mean it wasn't an accident originally, but it's memorable at least. The car came to a stop under the glow of the building. There were no lamps in the parking lot, but it only made the area more noticeable. Light poured in from the front windows, larger than you were. It was a beacon of hospitality, deep in the forest and high on a mountain. After unbuckling, you each went out. Mother led the way to the entrance. She held the door and swept her other hand as if to say after you. Autumn nights in Golden Grove had such a bite. You felt a comfortable shiver going from outside of the diner to inside. It was warm and toasty there, and even smelled warm. The inviting scent of hot food hit you at first, the whiff of smoke underneath. You could picture the grill with charred steaks and hamburgers sizzling. And there was coffee too, which somehow always smelled burnt, even though it was mostly liquid. Maybe that's why coffee was so dark. Someone found a way to overcook water, and other people decided to drink it, including your mother, who never had morning without it. Rubbing your stiff hands up and down your goosebump arms, you glanced down more. Who else decided at the diner table on a chilly Monday? Who else decided to be there at the diner table on a chilly Monday? A man in a trucker hat jabbing a knife into thick-cut ham. 3 sweater-clad women, each with a mug in hand, and some teenagers huddled in a back booth, splitting a stack of pancakes. Mostly it was nobody. 10 or more could fit, maybe 20 times. So you had a clear view of the room. Yeah. The dining table was full of different colors. You could list off the greens, orange, blues, yellowish ones. But all of them were dark or faded, so it didn't feel colorful. Kind of like your classroom had grown up and gotten old and sleepy. This was exactly what you imagined when Mother said that you began to the town's diner. Super great. On your right, Autumn stood nonchalant, slowly lifting his weight from one foot to the other. There was nothing interesting to see there for a boy like him. Except for you. He kept smirking whenever he noticed you looking. Soon, a tall lady with tall hair came over from the kitchen to the main counter. She said she was the hostess and would show you to a table. Mother negotiated for a booth instead. Plenty were open. And the woman agreed to those terms and grabbed some menus off the stand. Thank you. Mother let the employee lead from there. For her, the biggest treat of going to eat wasn't the food. It was the restaurant. Her work was done. No cooking or cleaning for a change. She didn't have a mother or dad or grandparents to do that for her. So letting strangers she had to pay do it was the best she could get. Those steps took you further into the restaurant, past the sweater girls, but not as far back as the pancake pals. She left a pile of menus on the table, thanked you for stopping in, promised that your server would be there to help soon, and walked away in a matter of seconds. Well, let's get comfortable. Me and Callie will sit together. That leaves the other one for you. Yes, Miss Wolf? That was unfair. You could sit with your mother any time. Autumn paused to take off his jacket before climbing onto the bench. He sat directly in the middle of it. Since it was going to be all his, why not make the most of it? Mother stood into the muted red seat, the multicolored diagrammatic pattern across the top. Then she found the outer spot for you to take. You go into the booth next to her. This is fun. But we're also going to save. Jeez, this is a very long game. For a prologue. Well, not even that, it's just step 1 that's so long. I thought I could finish it in one stream, but no, it's gonna take another stream to finish. I mean, my title is a lie. Wow. I'll just alter my title then. Question mark at the end. Well, that's okay. I don't mind covering more of this. It's a really nice game, for sure. But I don't have my father, and this isn't the end of the stream yet. Though it will be ending soon. There's a lot of housework to do, and I'm getting a bit hungry. And also very chilly. Before I continue, I do need to check a couple of things. Mostly my emails. I always get emails during the night. But this time not as many. They're nice. Usually you get a whole chunk of them. I did tell my dad that I would be streaming, so I think that might be why he's still upstairs if he's awake. That's okay. I'm just doing some stuff to him real quick as well. Mostly for money in the faction. And withdrawing blood. So I have another 3 hours of blood to go. So let's close it for the night. Well, okay. It reopens at night. Now let's get back into the game. What do I take now as a quick break though if my dad's actually awake? I use the restroom. Yeah, I'll be fine. I can manage the last finale of the stream. We'll at least get this day out of the way and done with. Autumn rested his threaded hands on the tabletop. He leaned forwards very slightly, a little bit like an interview. Was he going to ask you questions, or maybe he was preparing himself for your mother to evaluate his behavior? That was her job, but Autumn didn't know that. This is nice. He spoke quietly while pursuing her options. The dinner table had unwieldy menus as long as your entire arm. Oh, I hear him now. Mother didn't bother holding it upright. Instead, she flipped through the laminated pages with the menu lying flat. There was a lamp directly above your booth. It reflected blindly off the plastic, but between the glare you caught glimpses of colourful pictures starred in between the text. Eggs and sausages, French toast dusted with powdered sugar, a basket of chicken strips and steak and mashed potatoes, a bright green salad, and more. Dinner food in its purest form. Your curiosity was piqued. There was a lot of options. Look, there's a kids section. That'd be a good place to check, since it's a special occasion and it's okay to get any meal, even the pricier ones. What? You were almost never allowed to do it. That goes for you too, Autumn. Don't worry about anything. You'll order the food you prefer. Thank you. Any food and treating another kid. Mother really was in a good mood. Did she get a big bonus for moving or something? You could only imagine. Not for long, because another person approached your table. Hello, I'm Yusuf. I'll be your waiter tonight. Thank you for coming. Great, hi. Yusuf had warm brown skin and warmer brown eyes. Though his hair was a cool black, he kept it up in a neat ponytail. A heavy buckle-strapped apron and a checkered pattern hid his normal clothes. The short beard covered much of his facial features. It didn't hide his welcoming smile. He held a generic notepad and pressed with pen, but poised for taking notes. That made you think of Autumn right away. You only realized you'd been staring at him when a smile curled up on Autumn's face. Probably got why he was looking without you needing to say so. You've been thinking of him and he knew it. It was only fair. Autumn thought a lot about you too. The secret joke passed and Autumn turned away from you to address the server. Hey! Huh. Since when did he get so casual with adults he didn't know? And the way Autumn was with your mother, the one-word greeting came as a complete shock. Only to you, though. Yusuf responded in a less expected way. Hey, this isn't the usual company for you. That's right, things are changing around here. You'd forgotten for a second that Autumn knew everybody and everything, even the random waiter at dinner. At the diner. But are they? Yusuf's eyes narrowed in consideration for a second. Next, Mother got a special interest from him. They were a different kind. Instead of looking sharply, his expression opened up in wonder. How do you know Autumn, if I may ask? You may. Where is your neighbours? Mother said with a pleased tap on the menu in front of her. We moved into Golden Grove just yesterday. There was an immediate shift in the man's attitude. He took the pen from the paper and to instead fold his broad arms. Talking to a server or someone behind the counter was really different than talking to them when they weren't working. Probably because when a person was doing a job, they were meant to say what was decided by the boss or a whole giant company. But all of a second it was like Mr. Yusuf the waiter had clocked out. Welcome to town, can I get your names? Sure. I'm Overwood. This is my child Callie. Thank you. I am Mr. Kayan Yusuf. I also live in Golden Grove. He recited the introduction exactly the way Autumn would have wanted him to. Well, besides spelling it out. Mr. Kayan Yusuf might have questioned how you knew Autumn first, but you were wondering the same thing about him. He lifted his notepad in front of the chest, pretending to be a waiter. Can I get you anything to drink? Water is just fine. Yeah, you could have said that to her. For her. You could have said that for her. Didn't matter how big of an occasion it was, paying drinks at a restaurant was still going too far. You can let me rephrase what I mean to say. Please get a drink. It'll be on the house. Oh no, you don't need to say that. I know, but I would like to do it. I'm only filling in as a server tonight. I'm allowed to make those decisions. Even when insisting on something, Mr. Yusuf had a gentle way of putting his words. He could have been the narrator from his storybook, no problem. We are all neighbors in this town, Miss Moore. Orton nodded and even gave a thumbs up. They were in cahoots. Was this some kind of secret welcome committee in Golden Grove and everyone was a part of it? What harm is there in being hospitable to those you'll be seeing often? If you want to return the favor, come back another day. Well, you make a good point, Yusuf. He was being honest. Your mother would have told him if he was saying nonsense. Only reasonable arguments could be tolerated, and Mother was practical, not a stickler. If you're so sure, I'll have a cup of water and, a root beer, extra ice. I haven't had that in years, and I feel festive. Mother's newly chipper mood was contagious, and Yusuf gave a rumbly chuckle. Festive day, is it? And I imagine you're celebrating your new home. I could add a scoop of ice cream to that. She boggled at Yusuf and his many sweet suggestions, though it was with a smile. There was no reason to go through the process of accepting a kind gesture again. Mother embraced it wholeheartedly. A root beer float it is. Root beer float. He repeated her words as he wrote them down, speaking in a even more softly than before. Oh, Mother, a person who never ordered anything more exciting than water with a slice of lemon for your entire life was gonna get a root beer float? Having drinks confirmed that would be free brought to life to you, Mr. Orton Lynn. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. You continue to put Yusuf in a separate category for other adults. No best behavior required. The gloves were completely off now. Not literally. Oh, just not literally. He leaned in on one elbow and put on that accented voice he used whenever he talked about Baxter. Wait to get me a hot chocolate. I want with cream and chocolate syrup on top. Just in how indulgent Yusuf had been with Mother. Orton's request was met with flat skepticism. Orton returned Yusuf's stare with $1 million smile. It was easy to act like you're a rich person when nothing was being paid for. Mr. Yusuf put a hand to the table and lowered himself towards the young boy, like it was some kind of notification, some kind of negotiation, and the way it was. I'll give it to you, but the powder will be stirred into water. Water, is he lactose intolerant? Your mother blinked and stammered. This was news to her. It's news to you too. Yusuf stood tall once again. He stood the facts straight. He is. Mr. and Mrs. Lynn only let him have hot chocolate occasionally because of that, and only when it's made with water. Yeah, might as well. That was another thing you had in common, you guessed. They may not be in person, but I will still follow their wishes. Fine, you can make it with water. You just witnessed an incredible downslide of being well known. Everybody was aware of what you weren't supposed to be doing, and could call you out on it. Though Autumn was a compromiser, not a quitter. I still have whipped cream. It's the most important part. Autumn seized his hands together. The person and interview pose morphed into a pitiful beggar act. His big shot rich guy attitude sure hadn't lasted long. Yusuf's calm in the face of such pleading merely scratched his hairy chin. Because I respect your parents, I won't give their son a full cup of milk. But because I am not your parent, I can look past a bit of whipped cream today. Yeah, thanks, Uncle. Oh, I hit my dad now. Okay. Well, this was a nice place to end stream here, I suppose. Thanks for stopping by, for those who did. Though I'm pretty sure most people would have fallen asleep by now. I'm gonna head off now, so I'll see you when I see you. And... Hooray! That's fine! I don't like to fool you, because I never went to sleep! Yeah! Am I gonna have to let you guys out? Okay, bye people! The interrupt.